of the world's best boxers gathered at one forum, and all of them looking for the ultimate prize. And today's the day that many of them will just move one step closer. It's semi-finals day at the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025. Indeed, we are at the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex, and it is the semi-finals day. It's the afternoon session, one of two sessions today at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida 2025. Let's tell you what to expect. The very first bout pits one of the Indian superstars, MINAKSHI Huda, world champion as well, up against Bak Chorong. And our OKHOTA against Farzona Fozilova is also going to be a big match. We also have Parveen in action. And this is just the first 5 bouts. There's also a few more to come. And that is also going to feature a lot of Indian talent. Arundhati Choudhary, Nupur Sharan, one of the most decorated Indian boxers in the entire field. And Ankush Pangal, who will be in action in the very last bout of this afternoon session in the men's 80 kg category. Speaking of the men, we of course saw Pawan Bartwal, who was quite good yesterday in the men's 55 kg category, winning his quarterfinal against Nursultan Altunbek of Kazakhstan, the World Cup champion, and we caught up with him soon after.
बड़े गर्व की बात है कि हमारा देश कंडक्ट करवा रहा है और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि मेरा पहला इंटरनेशनल मेडल अभी आ चुका है, कंफर्म हो चुका है। बट मेरी जो तैयारी है वो सिर्फ गोल्ड की है। मुझे काफ़ी अच्छा लग रहा है, जो क्राउड का सपोर्ट मिल रहा है अपने देशवासियों का, तो वो काफ़ी हिम्मत पैदा कर रहा है अंदर खेलते समय, काफ़ी जोश भर दे रहा है अंदर, तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। कंफर्म अंदर से तो एक आवाज़ आ रही थी कि हाँ कि मैं जीतूंगा। मुझे पता चला कि मेरी कजाकिस्तान वाले बॉक्सर के साथ फाइट है, तो मेरी स्ट्रेटेजी कल रात से, कल शाम से चल रही थी कि मेरे को कैसा खेलना है। तो ये बॉक्सर जो वर्ल्ड कप स्टेज 1 हुआ था ब्राज़ील में, वहाँ चैम्पियन था, तो थोड़ा नर्वस तो था मैं, बट जो मैंने स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई थी वो बिल्कुल मेरे काम आई। तो मैं ये सोच के गया था कि अगर मैं इस पे अटैक करने जाऊंगा तो ये निकल के ज़्यादा खेलता है, तो मैं ये सोच के गया था कि पहले तो अटैक करूंगा नहीं, जब ये मेरी रेंज में आएगा तब जाके मैं इस पे अपने पंचों का अटैक करूंगा। और जो मैंने कॉम्बिनेशन सोच के गया था वो बिल्कुल काम आए और मुझे उसका फल मिला।
And it does look like he's got the job done.
ओलंपिक के लिए मैं काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ और मेरी तैयारी अभी काफ़ी अच्छी चल रही है। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है अपने देश में खेल के, और देशवासियों का जो मुझे सपोर्ट मिल रहा है बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
Interesting insight into the mind of a champion, talking about his strategy, the fact that he expected Nursultan to be more aggressive, and that's why he wanted to defend to begin with and then attack on the counter. And also the fact that he's quite happy that India is hosting this mega event, and he's been quite grateful to the support from his compatriots. Right, let's move along to the business of the day. The very first match today is a big one. It's got Bak Chorong of South Korea. She's in the red corner and she's going to be up against MINAKSHI Huda from India. And she has, of course, been a World Championship gold medalist this year at Liverpool. She's also won silver at the Astana event in the World Cup. And obviously qualified to beating her Kazakh opponent. The only bout which was played in the quarterfinals of this women's 48 kg section. Lip-smacking encounters, lots of good matches coming up. And we are hoping that you will join us for each one of them, because there's a lot of quality on display here at the Boxing Cup Finals, World Cup Finals here in Greater Noida. Just looking ahead to what should be a spectacular day's action. Begins with MINAKSHI Huda in the women's 48 kg semi-finals. The winner of that bout goes on to meet the winner of Farzona Fozilova against Hanna OKHOTA. And then Elise Glynn against Ayaka TAGUCHI. And Parveen will be in action later in the other semi-final of the women's 60 kg category. We've also got Anastasiia, Chernokolenko and Aziza Zokirova. That will be the 70 kg. And we're really hoping that there's going to be some memorable matches. Not just in that first 5 matches, but after that as well. Arundhati Choudhary in the women's 70 kg category. Assel, Toktassyn and Oltinoy, Sotimboeva. That'll be followed by the women's super heavyweight 80 plus kg category. Maria Lovchinska, who's had some good success in recent times, but up against her Nupur, one of the most decorated Indian boxers across any category, both men's and women's. Sanzhar-Ali Begalier against Oladeji Chitu. And then we've got Ankush against Severon Marlon. Quite a few good matches worth looking forward to today. We have seen some fine successes for the home side. But this is what we are starting with. Bak Chorong of South Korea against MINAKSHI of India. It's the women's 48 kg category. The first bout for Bak Chorong was expected to be the top seed in this category. But up against her, somebody who has the world championship and is the world number 2 as well.
Session 4. Bout number 22, elite female 48 kg weight category. In the red corner, representing Republic of Korea, Bak Chorong.
Bak Chorong of Korea. So far it's been a little bit disappointing from the perspective of the Koreans. A number of losses, especially on day 2. But Bak Chorong is expected to try and buck that trend, but it won't be easy because she's up against a fine young boxer herself. And this is really going to be a terrific bout to set things off on what promises to be an exciting day's action here at the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex.
India, Meenakshi.
Meenakshi Huda, the baby-faced assassin. From Rohtak, and will be expected to live up to the credentials of that fine combat sports state of India, Haryana. Made a winning start, won her quarter-final, has assured herself of a medal, but will be looking to convert that into a gold.
Just 2 from Iraq. Just 3 from
Expecting this to be an aggressive and dominating performance from both boxers, which is why it should be an absolute belter to start with. Meenakshi has had a spectacular 2025 already. That's why she would be expected to do well. Won that bronze, in fact, in the World Championships, World Cup in Astana. But followed that up with the World Championship gold in Liverpool. First bout of day 3, all set to begin. The first of the semi-finals. Winner goes through to the final. All finals to be played on Thursday in a couple of days' time. November 20th, the day of reckoning, when potentially one of those two in the ring will go for gold. Definite height advantage here for Meenakshi against her Korean opponent. That's something that Bak can use to her advantage. Noticeably trying to stay away from that left in particular. Good spurt from Bak Chorong, just getting a little aggressive in a short burst of about 5 to 10 seconds. Ending up in a little bit of a clinch, but certainly looking to be as positive as she can be. Almost connecting, maybe even connecting with the left, but a couple of punches right back from Meenakshi. Yet again, Meenakshi looking to move in with that left of hers, but it's very well defended by Bak so far. A lot of dynamism at display as well. Both boxers looking to access every inch. But it looks like Meenakshi has been most of the aggressor. Bak Chorong starting quite positively. What's also noticeable is Meenakshi just keeping things tight with her defense, not giving too many openings to Bak. Looking to move in with a couple of combinations, but each time it has been negated by a very stern defense. And every now and then putting in a counter punch. Last 30 seconds, I would say this has been quite even, but perhaps slightly shaded by the Indian boxer. Bak looks to go aggressive, but in the process concedes a couple of punches, then lands one right of her own. It has been neck and neck, but Meenakshi looks to finish on a high. Superb couple of combinations to finish off, and it would seem that the world champion has begun well. Bak Chorong looking to be the early aggressor, but very quickly the initiative was seized by the home player Meenakshi. Coming back and then landing some sizable blows, defending well, and also managing to land some pretty good punches, solid punches against her opponent. One right at the end of the first round. And the 5 judges agree with that assessment. Because the first round has been scored in favor of Meenakshi. All 5 judges going with her, so a 10-9 advantage and a 5-0 advantage after the first round for Meenakshi Huda of India. You would expect her to continue. That aggressive fashion. Also looking to bait her opponent a little bit in, keeping her guard down for a few seconds to begin with. Interesting change of strategy. Bak Chorong making a lot of movements, trying to make herself as much of a dynamic target as possible, and also connecting a couple of times early on in the second round. We will need to overturn the judge's verdict to try and cling on in this match. But Meenakshi has the advantage of reach, and she's using that quite beautifully here. Staying away from her opponent and then punching with precision from a distance. Couple of decent blows to the gut though from Bak. Just trying to shift the initiative, just trying to give a little bit of doubt into Minakshi's mind about what she's going to do. But this is a good counter. Every time Bak Chorong looks to turn a little bit more offensive, her defenses let her down a little, and that's where Minakshi seems to be capitalizing on a number of occasions already in this bout. Comes out punching yet again. Into the last 25 seconds or so. It's been a little bit more passive from Minakshi, but that's also because Bak Chorong has looked to be more aggressive in the second round. A lot more defense oriented from Minakshi, but still scoring with a few counter punches of her own. Just given a little bit of a verbal warning by the referee. And much like the first round, she's finishing this with a blitz against her opponent. Pushing her into the corner, punching a few solid ones, and in all likelihood just seizing the initiative in her favor. This round did begin a lot more positively for Bak Chorong, but as it wore on, Minakshi defending well and utilizing her reach to good effect. Making contact with air a few times, but on the whole, a lot more positive and a lot more assertive from Minakshi Huda, the world champion from 2025. And that's why this round 2 has been scored in her favor. The 5-0 cushion for her, all 5 judges. Has given it perfectly. Now Bak Chorong has to do something quite spectacular. She's already assured of a bronze, but she will want to begin this day with a massive upset against Minakshi. What's been impressive is the clarity of strategy from Minakshi and also the adaptability. Noticeably looking to be a bit quicker, looking to be a little more positive in this third round. Early exchanges. Realizes that the opponent is there for the taking. Bak Chorong trying to be a little bit more defensive to begin with, but a few solid blows have been landed already by Minakshi. He has controlled the tempo of this bout all through. Yet again getting a couple of punches in and then just establishing a little distance between herself and the Korean. Got a bit clumsy in the middle. pretty solid from Meenakshi yet again. Both boxers landing a few blows on each other, but it does look like the Indian who's coming out on top in this bout. A valiant performance by the Korean boxer Bak Chorong. But in every round we are seeing a spurt of energy towards the closing stages, which is just making it decisive for Meenakshi. Into the last 10 seconds or so. And it does look like India will have its first finalist at these World Cup finals of 2025. Meenakshi Huda with a thorough performance across the first 3 rounds. In the third one, what she did extremely well was to also come up with a few good bits of defense. And Bak Chorong started this round a lot better, but as it wore on, yet again, it's the energy and the verve which Meenakshi showed, which proved to be the decisive difference between the two boxers. All Asian semi-final to begin proceedings on day 3.
The winner on points by unanimous decision in the blue corner, representing
Meenakshi Huda, number 1 in this bout for sure. And quite a dominating performance overall from Meenakshi as she goes through to the final of the women's 48 kg category. Aggressive right from the start, landed a few good punches in the closing stages of all 3 rounds. And she did score all 3 rounds in her favor as well. 5-love in her favor. So all 5 judges scoring each and every round for Meenakshi Huda of India, who makes it through to the World Cup finals, having taken a bronze in the World Cup in Astana earlier this year. Let's take a short break before the next bout.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Meenakshi Huda will be facing the winner of this next match, Fozilova of Uzbekistan, up against her Hanna of Ukraine, who a lot of viewers in New Delhi will remember from a World Championship final against the legendary MC Mary Kom in Delhi 7 years back.
48 kgs weight category. In the red corner, representing
Farzona Fozilova.
Uzbekistan, Fozilova Farzona.
A young boxer with a good credentials. He's been a 3-time Asian under-22 champion and will no doubt be looking to bring that kind of experience to the fore today. But this is going to be difficult for her because she's up against a really nuanced and experienced boxer. Somebody who knows each and every trick in the book, having had a fairly long career where she's won a lot of medals at world and European level. And she looks like she's got that confidence behind her. She knows exactly what it takes to win big matches. And that's why we'll probably just start shaded as a favorite in this particular bout. Another clash which features Asia against Europe, which has been a consistent theme right through.
Judge 1 from Guatemala, Judge 2 from Mongolia, Judge 3.
And in some regards, the former Soviet Union, because Uzbekistan and Ukraine both were once part of an undivided Soviet Russia. Tim Suleimani from Australia will be the referee. The other judges coming from Guatemala, Mongolia. Three others joining them. Quite important to get all the gear in order. We did see yesterday in a couple of bouts, one Korean boxer in particular, their headgear a couple of times. Just needs to be absolutely tight. Fozilova will be looking to make a good bright start against the experienced Ukrainian. This for a place in the women's 48 kg final. Fozilova making a positive start. A lot of the early running from the girl in blue. OKHOTA, with all her experience, just sussing out her opponent, looking to get a grip in terms of the other boxers' strategies. She's occupying the center of the ring. In that sense, looking to dictate terms in this early exchanges of the first round. Second semi-final of the day, MINAKSHI Huda of India, victorious in the first one against Bak Chorong of South Korea. Now a Ukraine-Uzbekistan clash to find out who faces India's MINAKSHI in the finals. No significant advantage in terms of height or build for either boxer, both quite identical. OKHOTA evidently preferring to stay rooted on that right foot, trying to use that left into play every now and then. Into the last minute, Fozilova made the more adventurous start, but in recent moments in this round, it's been OKHOTA who's probably just landed a few more decisive punches. But it's cagey, no doubt about it. Two impressive boxers, and both seem to have a riposte for almost everything that their opponent has. OKHOTA just rocking Fozilova with a couple of punches, which could bring this first round in her favor in terms of how the judges have seen it. I'm inclined to give this first round to OKHOTA for the simple reason that she has shown a lot of maturity in the way that she's gone about it, which you would expect. Fozilova, the outsider in many respects, the younger boxer among the two. But OKHOTA just riding the storm, which came early from Fozilova. And after that, coming up with a few good shots of her own. But what matters is what the judges think. I can tell you that what the judges have thought is that it was actually Farzona Fozilova in the red corner who has secured this first round, with 4 judges going in her favor and only 1 giving it to Hanna OKHOTA. So the decorated boxer from Ukraine has it all to do in the second round. That's not to deride Fozilova at all, because it was a fine performance from her too. In fact, at about the halfway stage, it did look like she was dominating, and that's probably what's happened. early impression that she made in that round, winning that for her. Nevertheless, has it all to do again. A good energetic beginning to the second round from Farzona Fozilova. Also noticeable, she has changed her own stance to almost compensate for what she did. She was a lot more right-led in that first. But now she too has complemented exactly what Hanna OKHOTA has been doing, and it's working in her favor. Fozilova with a good start to the second round. Defending well and also counter-punching on a few occasions with a lot of ease. One thing's for sure, whichever one of these two boxers goes through to the final, it will be a technical masterclass, because MINAKSHI herself showed a lot of good technique in that first semi-final. OKHOTA now realizes that she has to do something dramatic, looking to move up the gears, but it's good counter-punching coming up from Fozilova. Now a lot more positive from Hanna OKHOTA. Little breaks in momentum, so vital for Fozilova. Again, the big question, how are the judges going to see this? Because we did think from our vantage position that it was OKHOTA who had a more positive first round. But clearly the more decisive punches were landed by Fozilova in red. This round too has been a little bit of a mixed bag for her. She has defended for large parts. Crucial 30 seconds. OKHOTA must try and finish this on a high and try and win some of those judges over. Only one voting in her favor in the first round. It's knocked a couple of times on the counter. Fozilova finishing this round much better. Hanna OKHOTA certainly started well, but has she finished it well? That will be a decisive question, a crucial question for the future of this round. Needing to take it to her opponent. She did start well, landed a few good punches. Also got caught on the counter by Fozilova on a couple of occasions. But a lot more positive from both boxers, and that made for a fabulous spectacle. What has happened is yet again this round 2 has gone for Fozilova. But a different coach this time has voted in favor of Hanna OKHOTA. So technically it's just a 3-zip lead. And that means that in this third and final round, Hanna OKHOTA has to do something quite dramatic. If she's able to knock out, then nothing like it. Otherwise, she'll have to win at least 3 of the judges in her favor outright. And unsurprisingly, it's a good positive start from OKHOTA. Fozilova trading some good blows. Good exhibition of cautious mixture of attack and defense from young Farzona Fozilova. The last of her Asian under-22 championships coming in 2024. So somebody's very quickly moved up the ranks and is now beginning to impress at a senior level. Smart defending. Exactly how you want to approach a situation like this where you have the lead. OKHOTA almost enticing her opponent, keeping her guard down, asking her to take the fight to her. Probably needs to be a little bit more proactive with just a little under half of this round to go. Yet again, nothing much in this. OKHOTA has landed a few good blows, but there have been some counter punches as well from Fozilova. One gets the impression that this will also be a pretty close split decision. At the moment, Fozilova looking like probably got a slight edge over her more experienced opponent. OKHOTA just getting a little desperate towards the end. Warned for striking the back. Into the last 10 seconds now. Farzona Fozilova of Uzbekistan looks like she might be the favored one to reach the final, and it will be a pretty massive result for her. Youthful boxer from Uzbekistan up against the experienced Hanna OKHOTA. OKHOTA definitely taking the fight to her opponent, especially in the last couple of rounds. But has she done enough to impress a significant majority of the judges, most of whom have been on the side of Farzona Fozilova across the first 2 rounds? We'll wait for the judgment, but it does look like the boxer in red might soon be celebrating. Definitely been a high quality contest. It's probably never really ascending to the kind of potential that both have, but Fozilova deserves a lot of credit for that, stopping Hanna OKHOTA from playing a naturally aggressive game. Right, here we go. Moment of reckoning. Who faces MINAKSHI in the final?
Split decision. In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan.
It is Farzona Fozilova. It's a good performance yet again. And it was close. It's a 3-2 verdict. So the third round was somewhat won, but not well enough by Hanna OKHOTA. It really was a close contest between the two of them. In fact, the third round also being scored in favor of the Uzbek boxer. That's why she does walk away eventually with a 3-2 verdict in her favor. Just needed one of those who had gone in favor of the Uzbek to go for the Ukrainian. But it is Fozilova who sets up a final date with MINAKSHI.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Right now, it's time for the women's 60 kg category. It's England against Japan. It's Elise Glynn against Ayaka TAGUCHI. Elise Glynn is a bronze medalist at the Brazil World Cup Stage 1 earlier this year.
60 kg weight category.
She's got a wonderful smile to begin things with.
Representing England.
Not long from now, of course, she will have a game face on. It does look like she's enjoying herself at the moment. Elise Glynn from Hockley Heath, Warwickshire in England. Absolutely sure that her family, her friends will all be tuning in, looking forward to what she has to offer in this semi-final. Already assured of a medal in effect. We'll be looking to convert that into a better color.
TAGUCHI Ayaka.
Ayaka TAGUCHI, her opponent, will bring with her a little bit of that Asian flair. Promises to be a fascinating contest as we just move up the weight categories in the women's section. Of course, a number of semi-finals to be played tomorrow, that is on Wednesday, where some of the other favoured boxers will also be seen in action. And there's an evening session coming up which also has some of the women in action.
Judge 3 from France.
Guatemalan
Judge 4
referee.
from Mexico. Judge 5 from Australia.
The women's 60 kg category has actually been dominated by the teams from, particularly from Brazil in recent times. Rebeca de Lima Santos was the silver medalist at the World Cup Stage 2. Also silver medalist in this particular category at the World Cup finals last year, where Ayaka TAGUCHI had also been one of the competitors. This Glynn too was part of the field. TAGUCHI in blue comes out, all guns blazing, looking to take the attack to her opponent. But Glynn also not taking too many backward steps here. Promises to be a good attacking bout between these two. Speed of glove work from both boxers has been fabulous in these first few seconds. The big question is sustaining that for 3 rounds. 3 rounds of 3 minutes each. To remind you, separated by that little break of a minute or so. So it is high intensity. It is extreme in the terms of how it stretches all the competitors. And it's not just the hands, it's also the feet, it's also the movement. It's also retaining your balance. So much of a mental sport as well. Concentration. TAGUCHI made a bright start, but in recent moments it's been Glynn who's been quite solid with her defense and just pushing the Japanese boxer into corners that she probably doesn't want to do too often. TAGUCHI trying to entice Glynn into an offensive overload, but so far it's been very controlled from the English boxer. But this is a difficult one to call, I must say. The first round has seen plenty of equal action from both. One thing you cannot accuse these two of is inactivity or passivity. Little pause in play, and after that, Glynn looking to capitalize. Comes out attacking. Now I'm going to find it very difficult to hazard a guess. Glynn raring to go. She's claiming the honors, and it won't be surprising if it is called in her favor, but it was a tight one nonetheless. This Glynn, the World Cup bronze medalist from earlier this year. Surprised a bit by the frenetic pace at which her opponent TAGUCHI started. But after that, what she did very well was just came back into it with some great punches of her own. And it is indeed a tight one, because the numbers suggest that as well. It's actually a split verdict in favor of Ayaka TAGUCHI. She's 3-2 up. So 3 of the judges calling this in her favor. But Glynn knows that she's quite hot on the coattails of her opponent. And this is going to make for a fabulous remainder of the contest. In fact, some close matches to begin with on day 3. MINAKSHI Huda probably with the most one-sided of the lot when she won her semi-final in the women's 48 category against Bak Chorong of Korea. Third bout of the day, many to follow. Lots of action right here at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. The beautiful Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex, the outskirts of the national capital of India. Yet again, TAGUCHI looking to be positive. She has the lead, mind you, 3-2. Probably Glynn, who has to think of something a little more imaginative. He did have her moments in that first round, but TAGUCHI's pace has been something that she's found difficult to control. Pace not just around the ring, but also in some of those punches. Interesting tactics from TAGUCHI. She's staying at a safe distance away from her opponent, using up a lot of footwork in the process, bounding from left to right, right to left. But every now and then she moves in with a couple of quick punches and then maintains a safe distance again from Glynn. It's a lot closer between the two of them at the moment. There's also a word of caution for both boxers from the official from Guatemala. Oh, a good solid punch landed by Glynn. But TAGUCHI did very well to recover almost immediately. Again, a couple of good combinations from Glynn. Is she doing enough now to reverse the momentum in this match? Winner of this will meet the winner of Parveen Huda and Aneta Rygielska of Poland, which will be the next bout. Tapping coming loose. Has been stopped for some running repairs on the equipment. The clock too will naturally take a pause. Turning out to be a good entertaining bout between the two. Pauses like this probably work out in the favor of the boxer who's trailing. I just needed to get that strap as tight as possible, and as soon as it resumes, Active activity, frenetic activity from both boxers. Taguchi has been quite smart with her tactics right through the second round. Continues just being a little bit of a nuisance for her opponent with all those movements across. Simple logic, isn't it? Can't punch what you can't touch. Well, she claimed the first round, but it didn't go in her favor. Let us see how the judges will adjudicate this particular round of 3 minutes. Positive from Glynn, and she did get a few punches in that rocked Ayaka Taguchi. Taguchi has also been quite smart with the usage of her footwork and quick glove work as well. And in fact, this is one that is really going down to the proverbial wire, because this round has also gone in favor of Taguchi. But it's two different judges this time who have adjudicated in favor of Glynn. So that means that 4 of the judges have equal scores for both, and it's just a 1-0 deficit. Elise Glynn knows that even if she's able to win over 3 of those undecided judges at the moment, then she walks away with this match. All to play for in this third round. Whatever happens, it will be a split verdict, and that's a fair reflection of how close this match has been right from the offset. Few blows exchanged. What Glynn ideally wants is the phase for 30 seconds to a minute where she has the momentum completely in her favor. That's difficult with all the movement that Taguchi is bringing to the ring. Intelligent craft from the Japanese boxer. A word of caution for getting too close. Halfway through the decisive third round, difficult to call the winner in this one. Taguchi still with a lot of movements. Been with a few punches, but doubt any of those will count. Into the last minute. Taguchi, who seems to be just about holding on. Judicious mix of defense and attack from the Japanese boxer in blue. But Glynn has also landed a few solid punches all through this, but particularly in the third round. Coming right down to the proverbial last-minute finish. A couple of good punches landed by Taguchi, which could well be enough. Glynn's not giving up though. A solid fight in the women's 60 kg semi-finals. Has Glynn done enough? They're both claiming it, and we'll soon know. But it really was entertaining, this one. Elise Glynn with a few good punches landed all the way through. But Taguchi with plenty of movement, which made it quite difficult for her opponent. The first 2 rounds were very close, split verdicts in favor of the Japanese boxer in blue. If she's able to maintain that kind of momentum, then that should settle it for her.
The winner on
It's been
point
close,
by
no doubt.
split decision. In the blue corner, representing Japan, Taguchi Ayaka.
It is Ayaka Taguchi who walks away with the honors for this one. 4-1 in the third round. Was just about doing enough. It was all that movement which worked in her favor. The fact that she rarely was able to get close to attacking her, Elise Glynn that is, what worked in Ayaka Taguchi's favor. Some solid defense combined with some pretty good punches and counter punches which were able to eventually work out in the favor of the Japanese boxer. So Ayaka Taguchi is through to the finals of the women's 60 kg category.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
The next one, Parveen of India up against Aneta, Elżbieta, Rygielska of Poland. It was one category where there were only 4 boxers to begin with, so everybody effectively starting off from the semi-finals itself. Parveen is a former World Championship bronze medalist, 2022. And another one from that stable state of India, Haryana, which has produced so many top boxers and athletes overall. Home advantage has certainly worked in favor of almost every boxer from India right through this tournament. Aneta Rygielska, though, has some recent successes. She was silver medalist in the stage 1 event in Brazil, where she lost out to Rebecca Nicoli of Italy in the final. Just perhaps has a slight height advantage against her opponent, which should work well for Rygielska.
Judge fight from Australia.
Not much, I can promise you that, and that's why this is also expected to be yet another cracker of a match. We've seen some very, very close encounters. Main referee today from Egypt, Mustafa Abbas. Hydration is always important. This should be a good clash. There's bronze at the very least for both these boxers, but one of them will go through and have a chance to contest for gold in a couple of days' time. Stakes as high as you can imagine. Parveen favoring majority of her weight on her left foot. Not too bothered about opening up the left herself. But must watch out for Rygielska because she's already showing that she's got some versatility in terms of stances. Quite good with both hands, evidently. Some solid punches landed by Parveen. Still neck and neck between the two. In fact, it's very cagey inside this first minute. A lot of respect being accorded. Now Rygielska happy to keep her guard down. Looking to make sure that Parveen is a bit more proactive now with her attacking game. What's been commendable from Parveen is that she's looked to be solid with her defense. Possibly a wait and watch policy, but she's up against a really experienced, tough competitor. Rygielska very much the aggressor in this opening round. Parveen forced to play more on the counter. But what matters most is how the judges have perceived this first round. Rygielska probably has done enough, but it's been a tight one nonetheless. Parveen trying to finish with positivity. But it will be quite interesting to see how this pans out. Parveen pushed onto the back foot for most of that first round. Aneta Rygielska with a lot of good offensive maneuvers of her own. But Parveen too was quite adventurous from time to time and very good with her defense, which is why she has actually ended up impressing a majority of the judges. So it's a 3-2 verdict at the moment in favor of Parveen, which is a great start for the Indian. Going to be a close one, there's absolutely no doubt about it. Rygielska incidentally made that final after defeating Elise Glynn, the English boxer that we saw in the previous semi-final in the World Cup Stage 1 that was played out in Brazil at the start of the year. Proactive. A bit too much there from Parveen. But she is looking to be a little bit more aggressive to start off the second round. All the while she just holds that right glove up in defense. So it's not so much the typical way of using your left, but she's trying to get closer to her opponent before unleashing that left on Rygielska. Seen some fabulous boxers from Poland right through these World Boxing Cup finals, both across the men's and women's categories. Eastern Europe, another fabulous place in terms of their history in combat sports and in particular in boxing. Always do put up some strong contingents at the Olympics, at the World Championships. Now this second round, Rygielska, from the look of things, has landed a few decent punches, but also once going to the back of the head, getting a little bit of a warning. Both boxers looking to up the ante now. Fabulous atmosphere at the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. Lots of noise from the crowd as well. No prizes for guessing who they are backing in this particular bout. Rygielska makes good contact with her right as Parveen rattled a bit. That's a good response. Parveen also coming up with some good positive punches of her own. Another one that could well be a split decision. It's a close contest between Parveen of India and Aneta Rygielska. Into the last 10 seconds. Parveen Hooda of India had the first round, but only just. What has happened in the second one will be quite fascinating and could be quite decisive in terms of where this contest goes. More positive start from Rygielska. Definitely came out with some good punches. There was a notable right which was landed quite well. But then following that, there was a good response from Parveen as well, which helped her climb back into this. It's split right down the middle. The second round has gone in favor of Aneta Rygielska, with 3 of those judges giving it in her favor. That now means that 3 of the judges actually have equal scores after 2 rounds, and 1 apiece are undecided. One has given both rounds to the Indian boxer and the other one has scored both in favor of her opponent from Poland. So this is yet another one which is going right down to the last blow. Rygielska has started quite positively. Parveen has to try and devise a strategy which enables her to both defend and attack with equal efficiency. At the moment, she's playing a lot more defensive. That's in response to this explosive start to the third round from Rygielska. It's almost a bit like running a marathon. You don't want to expend too much energy early on, but it's all about how much energy you have left at the finish and how you can kick on. Be more accurate, somewhat like middle distance running, where those last 100 meters or 400 meters often make the difference. That's when you want to put those long strides in. And Rygielska needs to have enough energy in the tank to take it to the last minute and potentially try and drown Parveen with a lot of punches. Been positive from the Polish boxer. Parveen now looking to take a little bit of ascendancy into this round. Does land one left. And now looking to pin her opponent towards the ropes. Quick comeback though from Rygielska. High speed of punches. It's been tactically so good this bout. moments of pressure absorbed by both boxers, but then they've typically responded in grand fashion. Definitely going to be a tight finish, unless one of them can land the KO. Rygielska seems to have made contact with the right as well, which could be decisive in the final analysis. Thoroughly enjoyable, but very difficult to call this one. Show of respect between the two. Parveen in red, Rygielska in blue. That's why this was such a tough one to call, because there were punches galore which were landed by both sides. Rygielska started this third round better. Has she done enough to get that advantage? Parveen often forced to play more of a counter-offensive game, which she did well at. But it's going to be a fairly critical one. It's not visible, but it is India's Parveen Huda who picks up the win. Apologies there, just a little bit of a power failure with the lights, but Parveen Huda is the winner in a close match, split decision. Exceptional performance by both boxers. Aneta Rygielska also deserving of applause for the way that she forced this right into the wire. In fact, this last round was won by Aneta, but she wasn't able to get enough in her favor. It was 3-2 in her favor, but two of those boxers, or two of those judges rather, had adjudicated in favor of the opponent to begin with. It was as close as it got, but it's Parveen Huda who goes through to the final.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
We're moving up another weight category. It's 70 kgs women's now, and the first semi-final will feature Ukraine against Uzbekistan, Anastasiia Chernokolenko, and up against her, Aziza Zokirova.
Female 70 kgs weight category. In the red corner, representing
Chernokolenko.
Ukraine, Chernokolenko, Anastasiia.
From Ukraine, solid of build, will be expected to use that height to good effect. If you're new to combat sports, then it's a very simple rule of thumb. There's always only two corners, only two colors, blue and red. There's usually a toss, and that determines who picks what color.
Uzbekistan, Zokirova, Aziza.
Aziza Zokirova has some good credentials behind her. She's won a silver at the Asian Championships. She's also won the Junior World Silver in 2022. For the 20-year-old, her best performance yet has been a World Championship bronze. So Zokirova will probably go in marginal favorite in this particular bout against Chernokolenko.
Judge number 1 from Croatia, judge number 2 from Australia, judge number 3 from Guatemala, judge number 4 from Iraq, judge number 5 from Egypt.
Expect this one to be a close affair as well. Zokirova of Uzbekistan in the blue corner with slightly bigger credentials, but her opponent is also quite a solid boxer. Ukraine in red, Uzbekistan in blue. All set to rumble. The first of the semi-finals in the women's 70 kg category. Chernokolenko up against Zokirova. It's Zokirova who early on seems to be the one who wants to play that southpaw's role. Very interesting that through that break and play, Chernokolenko also realizing that she wants to be poised to get that left going. Good work as well from Zokirova. Using her hands to good effect, staying a touch distance away from Chernokolenko. Couple of good combinations from the Ukrainian. It really is such a mental sport, isn't it? It's not just about technique, it's also about tactics. Not an easy job to do, but very quick. Need to suss out what your opponent is trying to do. Fashion your counter strategy accordingly. And of course, the first tenet of any sport is you have to back your own strengths. You have to know what you are good at and to be able to maximize that as often as possible. If you're able to do it, it's more likely that you'll win most days. Zokirova looking quite positive at the moment. But to give credit, Chernokolenko has looked to take the fight to her. She has tried to be as proactive through these first 3 minutes as possible. Quite an intriguing first round between these two. The first semi-finals of the women's 70 kg category, where up next we'll have India's Arundhati Choudhary in action. A round of attrition, not too much of action seen between the two boxers, but it did look like it was Zokirova who was a bit more canny with some of her tactics. Chernokolenko looking to take as much initiative as possible, but the Uzbek looking a lot more smart with her use of not just the corners but also her defense. And the judges agree. This has been given as a 5-love to Aziza Zokirova from Uzbekistan. So she's the one leading at the moment, with 5 judges ruling that first round in her favor. Chernokolenko's coach will be reminding her that she didn't do a lot wrong in that first round either. Needs to pick her moments perhaps slightly better. Zokirova, smart start to the second round. What she's doing is she is staying as close to the center as often as possible. Doesn't want to get boxed into a corner. She has a superb counter-attacking game, and that's what has probably tilted this round well in her favor as well. Although there's still sufficient time now for Chernokolenko to come back. Good controlled aggression from Zokirova, but she'll have to just quickly back for a little check. Access to her opponent has been a challenge for Chernokolenko. She's tried to move in a couple of times, but then sets herself back every time she does that, because Zokirova responds with some vicious punches. That, in a sense, seems to be her biggest challenge. How can she keep attacking while defending herself well against Zokirova, who seems to have a great counter-punching game? Still a round to go, but Chernokolenko looks a little tired now. She has done a lot of the chasing across these first two rounds, which is where Zokirova's tactics have worked so well. They often say the attack is the best form of defense, but sometimes defense is the fundamental to how you build a strong attack, irrespective of the sport. An intriguing round where Chernokolenko was trying to be the early aggressor, but Zokirova yet again with good tactics in terms of how she fought back. Some great counters, one official warning also handed to Chernokolenko in the course of that second round. That's when Zokirova had been asked to move away. But this second round too going the way of Zokirova, and decisively so. So 5-love in favor of the boxer from Uzbekistan. And unless something dramatic happens in the third round, it will be Chernokolenko who will have to be happy with a joint bronze at the World Cup Finals in 2025. Yet again, a similar story in this third round. Chernokolenko trying to be as positive as possible, but in the process conceding a few counter punches. Not a lot to choose between the two, either in terms of their abilities or their build or their physique. What's been the difference is that Zokirova just seems to have a few more gears. And from time to time, she's prepared to bide her time. She's prepared to wait and defend, then look to capitalize or pounce on any counter-offensive opportunities which present themselves. Just been good ring craft, which seems to be tilting this match the way of Zokirova from Uzbekistan. closing in on the last minute. Anastasiia Chernokolenko realizes that she has now to try and move up a gear, try and move for something a little special. Zokirova was showing great energy, stamina in addition to her strategy. Showing exactly why she won that World Championship bronze. First of the semi-finals in the women's 70 kg. Another Indian participant in Arundhati Choudhary to come next. Boxer from Rajasthan who's made a fantastic comeback after a pretty serious knee injury. Chernokolenko needed to pull something quite special, but that hasn't happened yet in this third round. And that should mean that Uzbekistan's Zokirova in the blue corner will fancy her chances of seeing this verdict go in her favor. Similar story to the third round. It was Chernokolenko started brightly off the blocks, but Zokirova with good defense and then some useful counters as well, showing why she's got a fairly impressive CV behind her. Tends to win a lot of these big matches. That's the kind of spirit that she brought into this semi-final as well. Right, verdict time.
The winner on points by unanimous decision in the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan, Zokirova Aziza.
Aziza Zokirova, by far the better boxer between the two, utilizing defense as a weapon quite effectively. And now time for the plaudits as she makes it through to the finals of the women's 70 kg category. Ukraine's Chernokolenko tried her best to just initiate a bit more momentum into her game, attacking game. But some solid defense from Zokirova preventing that all the way through. So she goes through to the final, and in the final she'll await the winner of the match between Arundhati Choudhary and Leonie Müller of Germany, which is coming up next.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
5 bouts done, 5 to go. Arundhati Choudhary of India against Leonie Müller from Germany to determine who goes through and faces Aziza Zokirova of Uzbekistan in the final.
Elite female 70 kg weight category. In the red corner,
Arundhati Choudhary has been
India, Choudhary Arundhati.
a World Youth Championship medalist in the past. This is pretty much a comeback trail for her in many respects. But she's got some good credentials behind her. And once again points to the depth of field across categories in both men's and women's boxing in India.
Representing
This is going to be a tough battle for her though.
Leonie.
Leonie Müller was bronze medalist at both the World Cup stages earlier this year, both in Brazil as well as in Kazakhstan. And she's got experience of taking on the best in the world. She'll probably not be overawed by a partisan crowd, which is expected to be the case here. Stephen Wade from Australia will be the referee for this.
Judge number 3 from Mongolia. Judge number 4 from Guatemala. Judge number 5.
Afternoon session on day 3 of the World Boxing Cup Finals here in Greater Noida, outskirts of Delhi. Simmering along nicely. Some great bouts already, some close matches. In fact, a split decision for pretty much every bout that we have seen, apart from the last where Aziza Zokirova was quite dominant. The way that she performed, reminiscent of the way that MINAKSHI Huda also seemed quite controlled all the way through the 3 rounds that she fought in the women's 48 category.
Round 1.
All the pleasantries out of the way. Some strong blows. Landed already. Both boxers coming through to the semi-final with byes in the quarterfinals. The only one to have been in action was Zokirova, who had beaten Patricia Mbata of Nigeria the opening day. Müller in blue is showing great ability to counter-attack after defending. And that is where Choudhary will have to try and find her way back. Very swiftly moves out of punching reach of her opponent. Arundhati Choudhary looking to be a bit more proactive as the round wears on, but Müller looking very solid, very controlled with every move. This is going to be a good tactical examination of how Arundhati can work around a very tough opponent. Both boxers of pretty much identical height, similar build as well. No great advantage to be taken. But it's Müller's mix of attack and defense which has looked just a tad bit more impressive. Couple of good punches landed by Arundhati. She's beginning to enjoy herself as well. Definitely does look like she wants to finish this on a high. It's been a good battle this first round. And it's a good bit of friendly gesture between the two. A little glove love from Arundhati to Leonie. Two good boxers, and that's what often happens when they meet. It can turn out to be quite a close encounter. And that's what this first round was. There were some good blows exchanged. Also phases where Müller looked like she was the one in control, but Arundhati finishing that first round much better. That will be reflected in how the judges have seen this. In fact, it's a 4-1 cushion right now for the Indian boxer, Arundhati Choudhary. 4 of the judges ruling that first round in her favor. Leonie Müller is an experienced and proficient boxer. She'll know how to come back into this situation. Round 2, an important one for Müller to try and make the move up. Arundhati needs to be cautious of that flying left from Müller. Has thrown it a couple of times, has made a couple of connections too. This is interesting. Arundhati just trying to engage her opponent more, keeping her guard down as often as possible. A little issue with the headgear for Leonie Müller. Couple of good punches yet again from Arundhati. She's also done much better in this round, is keep herself mobile as much as possible. Definitely raised her game up against a formidable opponent. Müller connects a couple of times. That'll do her harm no good, or rather no harm at all. Fascinating is how Arundhati Choudhary has completely transformed the emphasis from a defensive posture in the early exchanges to more of an attacking mindset in the second round. So much of it has been fought with her guard down. But what matters most is how do the coaches, or how do the judges rather, assess this. That's a good left. Landed. Forces a standing count. Up till 8. Another good bright phase for the Indian boxer. Arundhati Choudhary growing in confidence and possibly also growing in terms of the score line as it heads towards the final round. Müller came out attacking, but there was some good defensive work. And of course, after that, was able to transform it into attack quite effectively as well. Great work, and the second round too has gone in favor of the Indian boxer. Arundhati Choudhary getting all 5 judges on her favor, and also one of those knockout counts counting against Leonie Müller. Leonie Müller has to do something quite significant, quite drastic. Started almost every round with good attacking intent, occupying the center of the ring. But it's been Arundhati Choudhary who's just mixed attack and defense so well right through this match. And that second round was a reflection of the way that she has dominated. The fact that all 5 judges went with her. Been a good confident performance from the boxer in red. Been able to come up with some good solutions on the go. Yet again, another standing count. Goes up to 8 yet again. The finish line in sight for Arundhati Choudhary of India to set up a final against Aziza Zokirova of Uzbekistan. Against an accomplished opponent, this has been a fabulous exhibition of mixing aggression with defense from time to time. Yet again, another standing count. She wins it. It's the first technical knockout. Arundhati Choudhary of India with a fabulous, fabulous performance. The first of the bouts that we've seen in the semi-finals which hasn't run the distance, and it's been made possible because of the way that she has counter-punched and all the action that she got going, especially in defense. Some strong punches and a few of them absolutely dazzling and dazing her opponent Leonie Müller from Germany. And India have yet another finalist at these World Boxing Cup finals. The last of those which lands this bout in our favor.
Third round. In the red corner, representing
It's a massive performance.
Choudhary Arundhati.
Each and every round was progressively better from Arundhati Choudhary. And that's why she has wrapped this up even before it could go all the way. Absolutely fabulous. Took her time to warm up to the task, but the second and third rounds in particular was so impressive from Arundhati Choudhary. Just making sure that she gave Leonie Müller absolutely no way back into the game. And one standing count in the second round and 2 of them in the third one, at the end of which there was absolutely no way that this bout could have carried on. So Arundhati Choudhary rolls on, and we'll move on with another bout in just a short while from now.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
So the women's 80+ kg category, getting heavier, getting punchier. It's Oltinoy Sotimboeva of Uzbekistan who will be taking on Assel Toktassyn of Kazakhstan. Oltinoy Sotimboeva made the quarterfinals of the World Championships earlier this year, where she lost out to India's Nupur Shuran, who will be in action soon. And of course, also picked up bronze at the Astana stage of the World Cup. This is another category where there were only 4 entrants, so there was no quarterfinal, no recent form from either of these 2 boxers. Their first bout, and all to play for because it's a straight ticket to the final for whoever wins
Bout
this.
number 38, elite female 80+ weight category. In the red corner, representing Uzbekistan, Oltinoy Sotimboeva.
You would expect her to have a good, solid game overall. Another one from the Uzbekistan line, factory almost, of fabulous boxers across both men's and women's categories. Also her opponent from Kazakhstan. The venue of the last stage of the World Cup this year. And Toktassyn was in action there as well. Earlier this year, also won a silver at the international women's boxing event. So will not be particularly faced by her opponent.
Judge number 1 from Czechia. Judge number 2 from Chinese Taipei. Judge number 3 from One Boxing 2. Judge number 4 from
Ugandan referee for this one. It really is
from One Boxing 1.
an excellent mix of nationalities, not just among the officials, but also among the athletes. The world of boxing coming together for a festival. Some of the best in the world in action over this week. If you are in and around the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex, then make sure that you come in and get a taste of the action. Another evening session yet to come with 10 more bouts. There's 2 more left, or 3 more left rather, after this, in terms of this afternoon session. Suffice to say, there's a slight or a considerable height advantage here for Sotimboeva in the red corner. There'll be some heavy punching from Toktassyn as well, and that's what she has to watch out for. Toktassyn looking to be the aggressor in the early exchanges. That's where Sotimboeva no doubt will try to use her reach to good effect. Try and stay away from the punching frame of the Kazakh boxer. Of stops in play that will not help the momentum that Toktassyn is hoping to build up. A little over a minute and several stoppages, the referee having to just intervene, ensuring that both boxers stick to the script as it should be. There are challenges with taking on an opponent, somebody who's shorter than you, like Toktassyn, but stockily built. Most obvious challenge is one of establishing any kind of momentum in such a bout. There will be numerous moments where the referee will have to intervene, will have to separate the two. The last few punches were solid ones. In fact, almost taking a toll on the Ugandan referee as well. He had to swiftly move out of the way. Toktassyn is definitely landing the more decisive blows, and Sotimboeva has to try and fashion a different kind of strategy. Not this one. A bruising first round with some solid punches thrown in, particularly by the boxer in blue. But will be quite fascinating to see how the judges have seen these first 3 minutes. Sotimboeva started this round much better, got some good punches in, but then the comeback by Toktassyn was furious and also quite effective. That particular moment where almost had her opponent on her feet. What's interesting is that it's been scored in favor of the boxer in red. Sotimboeva with a 5-love cushion, all 5 judges going in her favor. Get the impression that her biggest challenge here will be to try and avert a knockout punch. The way that Toktassyn has sometimes gone on the offensive, it has looked likely that there could be a really heavy blow or two landed. Sotimboeva with the cushion of that first round knows that possibly being as defensive in this round might work in her favor with the occasional counter punch. The referee needing to physically intervene almost to separate the two. Yet again, this momentum just hard to sustain for anybody, but it doesn't work too badly for Sotimboeva because she's the one who's in the lead. She will want these stoppages of play just to catch her breath back. Assel, Toktassyn of Kazakhstan to the right in blue. Very much needing to be the aggressor and trying to play that part. The winner of this semi-final will play the winner of the second match, which is coming up soon, which will feature Nupur Sharan of India against Maria Lovchinska of Ukraine. Expected to be another match which will have a fair share of onlookers simply because of the pedigree of both boxers. But for the moment, it's between Sotimboeva and Toktassyn. And Sotimboeva, one would think, is just doing enough to keep herself ahead of her opponent. Of course, playing that defensive game also drains a lot of energy out of you. But if you're able to play it smartly, then that certainly works in your favor. And that's what's happened so far for Sotimboeva. Decisive punches have been few and far between, but a majority of them have come in from Sotimboeva, who's also been given the second round. So she leads this 5-love with all 5 judges with a 2018 score in her favor. Something dramatic, something drastic needed from Assel Toktassyn of Kazakhstan on your frames. pace about this semi-final so far. Begaliev often trying to be the aggressor, but it's being well rebuffed by the Englishman. Good right to the jaw. Always something which helps. That reach is being quite effectively utilized by Oladimeji. Begaliev has landed a couple of useful punches as this round has worn on. But it was the Englishman in red who started much brighter. That's something which might work in his favor in terms of how the judges have perceived this first 3 minutes of this bout. A bit of time left for something decisive to turn it the way of the Kazakh. Sanzhar-Ali, Begaliev from Kazakhstan trying to chase his opponent around, but it's been quite a good bit of controlled boxing from Oladimeji. 62 lead of England. Some good blows landed by Begaliev, but it's been the reach, the superior reach of Oladimeji, which has seen him dominate proceedings thus far in this men's 80 kg semi-final. 5-love in favor of the Englishman currently in the red corner. All 5 judges giving it to him by a 10-9 score line. As you would expect with any English participant, there's a significant and quite a high-tech support staff with the British boxers. Video analysis, somebody recording at the side, making sure that everything is kept for posterity. Even the opponents are being dissected. So Ellis, Trowbridge doing very well on day 2. And right now it's Oladimeji Shittu in the semi-finals of the men's 80 kg category. Begaliev has to fashion some sort of a reply, and he's trying his best to do that, but yet again it's Oladimeji and his reach which is working well, staying a fair distance away from his opponent in blue, moving in only when he has a decent chance of putting some punches together. Tactically brilliant from the English boxer. The board of warning. Certainly got some lightning speed with his gloves, and that's working to his advantage. Closing in on the last minute of the second round. Just making sure that there's not enough offensive openings for Begaliev. Been a fairly solid round yet again from Oladimeji. Every now and then just moves in swiftly and lands a punch, which should see him staying afloat. But Begaliev with a good response, a left which made connection, yet another left, lands. Finishing on a high is Begaliev, but is it good enough from the Kazakh? Honours fairly shared in that second round. Oladimeji definitely starting it much better. But as it wore on, it was a lot more sprightly from Begaliev. A lot of ducking and weaving, particularly from Begaliev against the long reach of his English opponent. What's happened in that round is, while it is a split verdict, it is still very much in favor of Oladimeji. It came 3-2 in favor of the English boxer, and because it was 5-love in the first one, so what that means is that just a couple of judges have been swayed in favor of Begaliev, but even there it's a tie. So it's 2018s in favor of Oladimeji from England. Begaliev needs to go for broke here. Oladimeji pretty much sticking to that template of his, staying far away from his opponent, using his reach to good effect. Good exhibition so far. Sanzhar-Ali, Begaliev trying to move in for the kill, but needs to be wary of the counter punches being thrown. Both tactically and technically, it's been a sound bout so far from Oladimeji from England. Last 60 seconds. Something significant has to come out of Begaliev. But he's being kept at an arm's length by his opponent. It's a good defensive masterclass in terms of how Oladimeji has approached this entire bout. The man in red from England. Winner of this meets the winner of Marlon Seveon of Australia and Ankush Pangal from India. The last bout coming up in this afternoon session on day 3 of the World Boxing Cup Finals here at the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex in Greater Noida. So repeating a pattern of the previous 2 rounds, it's been good defense, good aversion, and very few openings for the Kazakh boxer Sanzhar-Ali Begaliev to exploit. He looks confident of having clinched this, the man in red. Oladimeji should too. Some good blows landed too, some counter punches which were quite effective. Begaliev really struggled to get any sort of attacking momentum thanks to the fact that his taller opponent was always able to keep himself mobile, was able to counter punch well. Certainly enjoyed himself.
The winner on points by unanimous decision in the red corner, representing England.
So it is the English boxer. Puts this one through. Never really seemed in much doubt right from the first round where he was quite dominant. And the tail of this bout was all about the taller boxer using that little advantage to his effect. Always stayed an arm's length away from Bezaliev. And making sure that he also threw a few adequate punches of his own. Sanzhar-Ali, Bezaliev loses out to Oltinoy Shittu, which leaves us with just one bout. Second semi-final of the men's 80 kg category right after this.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Marlon Sevahan of Australia up against Ankush Pangal of India. The last of the bouts in this afternoon session, the second semi-final, and about to determine who gets up in the final against Oltinoy Shittu from England.
Australia, Marlon Sevahan.
Marlon Yves Sevahan, to give his full name. A victor against Razba Matui of Ukraine in the quarterfinals in the solitary session a couple of days back. He's got a fairly substantial challenge in front of him because Ankush Pangal is in front of his home crowd. Beat Japan's Go Wakaya in his quarterfinal in this category. Pavel Pavlov from Bulgaria is the referee for this particular match.
Judge number 3 from Egypt, judge number 4 from Croatia, judge number 5 from Uganda.
Similar build for both boxers, similar height as well, so this should be a fairly equal battle in terms of the tactics. Going to be a question of who can ride the tide a little better, and of course the home support, a massive advantage which all the Indian boxers have been taking advantage of. Slight height perhaps in favor of Marlon. Whatever the sport, it's always a fascinating contest. India against Australia. Sevahan in red up against Ankush from India in blue. Once again leading with that right foot of his, looking to open up opportunities to get that left moving of his. Many more punches to the midriff, which opens up Sevahan and forces him to just drop his guard, and then he goes for the face. Good punching from both boxers, but Ankush with a much more explosive start to this match. Are we going to see the first knockout in the men's section? Seveon visibly rattled. It's been good, sustained aggression from Ankush from time to time. Just that slight height disadvantage, but other than that, there's nothing to pick between these two. It's a fairly similar reach in terms of the wingspan that they have in their arms. Some solid blows being landed by Ankush. Been a no-holds-barred battle between the two. Seveon also looking to come up with some counters of his own. But Ankush landing a few more blows than his opponent, and that will definitely keep him in the good books of all 5 judges, one would think. Tremendous tempo to this bout right from the start, from the word go. Both boxers taking the fight to each other. Yet again a good 1-2 combination. And Ankush not just looking to run the clock down, wants to keep at it with that attacking vigor. A first round dominated by the Indian boxer in blue. Seveon starting off, and right from the start it was much more positive from Ankush, landing some blows which definitely had his opponent rattled and shook, and also boxed him into the corner on a number of occasions. Ankush Pangal from India. That's how the judges have seen it as well. 5-0 in favor of the boxer in blue from India, Ankush. Possibly the advice there is to try and just use that reach to better advantage. Light height visible in that particular angle when Seveon gets moving. Got to try and use that to his advantage. Try and move in from the side more often on Ankush. Been so good with his defense as well in this bout. Yet again targeting the midriff well. This was a good blow landed by Seveon. Couple of good combinations, right and a left. So important to keep your focus at all times. Switch off when you're having a conversation with the referee, then switch right back on. And also peripheral vision, because you're defending a lot of the time, but you need to know just out of the corner of your eye what your opponent is thinking up next. Yet again landing a clean punch with his left. Little gash to the side of the head. Definitely a sign that one boxer is in the ascendancy when you've got to wipe a bit of blood off. More than the speed, it's also the ferocity of his punches from Ankush, which have absolutely taken Seveon by surprise. trying to invite his opponent into a few more misadventures every now and then. Standing count.
5, 6, 7, 8.
It's to Sevilla's credit that it hasn't come any sooner than this late in the second round. An 8 count. This is good, sustained aggression from the Indian boxer in blue. Into the last 10 seconds. Ankush Pangal continues to punch away at his opponent. Lots of aggression, lots of quick movements as well. It's been so far Ankush pretty much who's been the dominant force. Lots of good punches, solid punches. Both his left and right making a difference. A little bit of clash of heads which didn't really help. Sevilla also forced into 1 count in the second round. It's how the judges have seen it as well. It's still 5-0 in favor of Ankush Pangal, with 3 of them giving it 10-8 to him. So something quite drastic, dramatic and incredible really required from Sevilla to try and reverse this. For the moment, just looking to ensure that the bleeding stops. Little gash just above the right eyebrow, initiated by some fairly good punching from Ankush Pangal. Tactically, what does Sevilla do different? Ankush showing no visible signs of slowing down, which is also bad news for him. That would have been one window of opportunity to try and move in. It's been a fairly complete performance from the Indian boxer. The fact that he's also targeted the midriff. In fact, typically softens up his opponent by going for the midriff to begin with, then moves up. He's very quick to switch both between attack and defense and between attacks to the midsection and then to the head. Such a difficult boxer to defend against. Category was something which India weren't yet able to medal at in the first 2 stages. Again, the strapping just needed to be taped. How does Ankush see off these last few moments of this bout? Not got any thoughts about game management. He's looking to take the attack to his opponent. Wants it to be a sustained 9 minutes of attacking, aggressive boxing from him. Now trying to lure him into the trap, just keeping his guard down on a few occasions. Couple of decent blows from Sevilla. But quite evidently he needed something a lot more often and a lot more different, a lot more effective right through this bout. At the moment, it seems like a likely India-England final rather than an all-Ashes clash in the finals. Last 10 seconds. Ankush Pangal has dominated this bout and he looks set to make his way into the final. Yet another final for the Indians. Should be confirmed soon. But even in this third round, Ankush kept that momentum going, kept the punches coming in. And not for a moment did Sevion really look like he was in control of this bout. That left in particular was so lethal, and even the right making an impact on the opponent from time to time. As has often been the case at these World Boxing Cup finals, the scores can be a little bit deceptive. It's a lot closer than it seems to be. But often the decisive difference is just how well somebody is able to combine attack and defense when facing their opponent. Possibly a unanimous verdict.
Points by unanimous decision. In the blue corner, representing India.
Ankush Pangal, yet another Indian finalist, will definitely ensure some great interest on that final day in a couple of days' time. Ankush was explosive right from the start. And of course, he was quite effective in the way that he combined defense and attack all the way through. Not too much that Sevion did wrong, but not much that he was given scope to do right either, all through the 3 rounds. A couple of times when he also had to stop with one count administered in the second round. So that concludes this afternoon session at the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida. We'll be back with the action in the second session, the evening session at 6 p.m. local time. That's about an hour and 13 minutes from now. Make sure that you join us for that particular session as well. And it's goodbye for the moment.
मार्केट से बुराई तो वही करेगा सारी पैसों की। मार्केट से तुम थोड़ा लाओगे पैसे इकट्ठा करके वही लाएगा। बोलना मैंने शर्म करो। अरे नदीम की विकेट खाना आसान काम नहीं है अभी। नदीम अपने आप छोड़ जाएगा। नदीम में जहाँ तू नदीम अपना छोड़ जाएगा। ये बॉम्बे ऑफिस मेरे को लग रहा है आने टाइम पे ये सतपाल ऑफिस होने वाला है।
Get ready. The fiercest punches in world boxing have landed right here. Champions from across the world. India's very best. Every bout fiercer than the last. Every punch echoing across the arena. The atmosphere electric. The action unstoppable. And this is just the beginning. Because today, challenging bouts await. Higher stakes, harder hits, bigger battles. Tighten your gloves, brace your breath. The Ring of Champions is back. Some champions in action, some yet to be. It's the evening session of Day 3 of the World Boxing Cup Finals in Greater Noida 2025 at the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. We had a morning session as well, and these are some of the results from that. MINAKSHI was quite outstanding in beating Bak Chorong. Hanna was beaten in a close fight by Fozilova. And then Ayaka TAGUCHI also winning her bout. Parveen also getting a close victory, 3-2. Aziza Zokirova pulling off a fairly comfortable victory against her opponent Chernokolenko. And then of course a TKO for Arundhati Choudhary against Leonie Müller of Germany. And Oltinoy, Sotimboeva winning her bout, Nupur winning her bout. So they have set up a rematch of their semi-finals from the World Championship earlier this year. And then Oltinoy as well as Ankush rounding off the victories in the men's 80 kg category. Here's what we have lined up for you this evening. It starts with a fantastic bout. Huang Xiaowen, who has been a 3-time world champion as well as an Olympic medalist. And she'll be up against Preeti Pawar from India, a young and upcoming boxer. The second semi-final will feature Sirin Sharabi, and she'll be up against Victoria Rygielska. And then in the 75 kg category, Sweetie Bora of India against Emma Sue Greentree, who's also quite an experienced boxer herself. The 80 kg semi-finals then, where Agata Kaczmarska takes on Diana Magayovieva. Shionin Nishiyama against Ahmad John Mukhidunov. Then the last 5 bouts of the day, another 65 kg semi-final, Elvin Aliev against Avinash Jamwal of India. Naveen Kumar will also be in action against Isaac Oko, who looked quite impressive in the last game. And then a couple of matches, 90 plus kgs, Zhu Tai-yung against Halim John Mamasoliev. And then Narendra of India against Saparbai Danial. We'll take a short break and be back with the first bout.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50 plus years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
First bout of the day, Huang Xiaowen of Chinese Taipei against Preeti Pawar of India. 54 kg. And this is expected to see some great action. One of the best in the fields. Huang Xiaowen. Somebody who's been a 3-time gold medalist at the World Championships, latest of them in 2025 in Liverpool. She's also the defending champion in this event. Won the World Boxing Cup Finals gold last year in Sheffield. And she's also got an Olympic medal, by the way. Doing that at the Tokyo Games in 2020. Certainly not going to be an easy bout for her young Indian opponent. Just about getting herself ready. The officials are certainly stationed at the right positions.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
And we are just expecting everything to start soon.
World Boxing Cup Final, Greater Noida, India. It's bout number 42. In the red corner, representing Chinese Taipei, Han Chi-wen.
Yang Xiaowen, the top seed and the favored boxer in this draw, got a bye for the quarterfinals, and she's coming in looking to move in for the kill. Haven't been too many negative results against Indian boxers, and that's what she'll be up against. A partisan crowd, and an Indian boxer will be absolutely inspired by the presence of supporters.
Representing India, Preeti.
Preeti Pawar, a victor against Nigina Ukhtamova on the opening day. And will no doubt be looking to bank on that experience, that confidence gain. She'll probably see just a little bit of a height disadvantage to her opponent. That is where it will be a very interesting battle in terms of how the tactics pan out in this match.
Just 1, Zim, just 2, Ireland, just 3, Iraq, just 4.
Colorful body art on Pang.
Just 5, 1 boxing 2.
And she'll hope that her punching and boxing overall is just as colorful. Croatian referee for this one. Evening sessions always slightly better attended, and that's the kind of support that Preeti will be banking upon. Preeti, of course, herself has some great credentials. 21 years of age, Asian under-22 gold in 2024. Also got the Asian Games bronze last time around. And she's also got the experience of having been at the Olympics, although not medaled, unlike her illustrious opponent this evening. Off we go. Yang Xiaowen, with that reach of hers, will be a tricky proposition. Lanky, both in structure as well as the reach of those arms. And she'll be looking to use that advantage. She'll be looking to keep Preeti at a distance all the way through. Aggressive start by the top seed in red. Preeti showing that she doesn't want to take any backward step at all in this match. But a few good punches already landed by the Chinese Taipei boxer. Engrossing battle of wits. Swang who's not unexpectedly trying to stay out of punch length from Preeti, who's chasing her opponent a lot more. And between the two of them, they have already landed some substantial blows on each other. What matters most is how much has it impressed the judges. Punch to the midriff, something that we saw in the last bout of that men's section. Very effectively used. Particularly the way that Ankush went about his bout. Into the last minute. Preeti going all guns blazing at her opponent, but it's good solid defense from Huang. It's a very good contest this. Wang Xiaowen using all that experience of hers. Not too many punches landed, but that's because she has been a bit more pragmatic, a bit more realist about her entire prospects. Letting her younger opponent chase most of this bout. Close one to call this on visual evidence. Wang Xiaowen definitely looking quite impressive to begin with. And the contender is the Taipei boxer, the pretender in many respects, Preeti Pawar from India. The one who had a victory in the first round. And she was able to land some decent blows of her own as well. But it's a tight one. It's a split decision, as it was expected to be. And what has happened as a result of that first round is that Preeti currently leads 3-2. 3 judges in her favor, 2 of them going with the Taipei boxer Wang Xiaowen.
Second round. Round 2.
Off we go for the second round. An important one for Wang. Will certainly want to edge ahead in terms of the numbers. Couple of decent blows landed already by Preeti. Engaging once again after a short break. It's Preeti yet again on the offensive. Wang Xiaowen has to fashion a decent mixture. She's been defending a lot more in this bout thus far, but she has the capability to go out all-out attack as well. At the moment, most of the aggressive intent being shown by the boxer in blue. The younger and more inexperienced of the two, Preeti. .54 kg women's semi-finals. First of 2. Some work to be done by Huang, the Olympic medalist. Yet again a couple of good combinations put through by Preeti. Got a good left on her, and that's something that Huang will need to watch out for. Yet again leading with the left, landing a couple of good blows. Not allowing the Taipei boxer to gain any sort of positive momentum. Continues to punch away, gets a couple on the nose too. Does Preeti. Coming into the closing stages, the last 10 seconds or so left. Definitely looked a lot more fluent. Won't be surprised if she's won over a lot more of the guests or the judges this time. Preeti Pawar from India is possibly looking at one massive scalp in the shape of Wang Xiaowen. There was also a warning offered in this round to Huang Xiaowen, in addition to which, yet again, it's a 4-1 verdict in favor of Preeti. So she leads, and she leads quite strongly in this match. Huang Xiaowen has to come up with a different strategy. She's been mostly defensive. Now perhaps attack will be the best form of it. And it will be fascinating to see A, if she can do it, and B, should that be the case, how does Preeti respond to that offensive? Decisive third round.
Final round.
All Asian semi-final. As has been the case, a few Asian matches that we have seen. Safe to say that medals won at Asian Championships, Asian Games also being seen in a different light in recent years, with the emergence of India as a massive power in addition to some of the Central Asian nations. We've always had Japan, Korea, Taipei in the mix. China, of course, a superpower in the sport as well. Preeti settling into a good attacking rhythm early on in this third round as well. Landing some good blows. Egged on by the home crowd. She's looking to move in for the kill. Just not giving too many openings to Huang. First match of the evening session on day 3. 5 days of competition here at the World Boxing Cup Finals. Couple of good blows landed yet again by Preeti. Growing in confidence. Also, there's been a good fluency to this bout, unlike what we've seen in a few bouts already today. Both boxers looking to get on with it, looking to attack as much as possible. It's been more about tactics rather than gamesmanship or management. Huang has landed a couple of good blows. She needs a few more of those. Needs a sustained spell of that, in fact, to overturn the verdict which has thus far gone against her. What's impressive is we are into virtually the last 30 seconds, but Preeti still treating it much like the first round, looking to be as aggressive, as proactive as possible. That's possibly keeping her ahead in terms of points as well. And also averting any potential comeback by Huang Xiaowen. Good exhibition of boxing, and it does look like India, the home nation, are likely to find yet another finalist. Some good sporting spirit between the two. But Preeti Pawar, 21 years of age, may have taken a big step towards not just winning this match, but also taking the crown away from her opponent. Huang Xiaowen is the defending champion at the World Cup Finals from Sheffield. But it looks like she might well have to go home with a bronze from this one. Split verdict? Or perhaps unanimous?
Results of the bout of 42. The winner on point by a split decision in the blue corner, representing India.
It's a split decision, but it's a fine performance by Preeti. Huang Xiaowen really did throw everything at her in the third round in particular. But Preeti held on. Pugnacious Preeti does it for her team. Very positive to begin with, and that's what stood her in good stead right through. And just never allowed Huang to get any offensive momentum going behind her. And the boxer in blue takes India through to yet another final and another assured gold or silver. She'll be going for gold, no doubt, Preeti. We'll find the identity of her opponent in the second semi-final, which follows right after this.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Second semi-final, women's 54 kg, Victoria Rogalinska and Sirine Sharabi of Italy. All European final or semi-final this.
In the red corner, representing Poland,
Rogalinska beat
Rogalinska Victoria.
Inna Statkevich of Ukraine in the quarter-final, which was played a couple of days ago. She was the champion in this category in Brazil during the World Cup Stage 1, and so has that recent form behind her. Incidentally, Sirine was the bronze medalist in that particular category, although she lost to somebody else in the semi-finals, losing out to Jocelyn Perez of the United States of America.
Italy, Sirine Sharabi.
Certainly walking out with intent. Italy against Poland in the second semi-final. The winner set to meet Preeti. They'll think that on paper they've got a decent chance.
Just two from France, just three from Mongolia, just four from Mexico, just five from World Boxing.
Uzbek referee for this particular encounter. Quick word from the referee, just reminding the boxers lines they must not cross. All set to bound in from their respective corners. Off we go.
Round one.
Second semi-final. Women's 54 kgs. For a right to face the home boxer Preeti. Rogalinska in red, Sharabi in blue. Good aggressive start by Rogalinska, looking to take the attack to her opponent. But has to watch out for the left from Sharabi. Looks like good tactical battle between the two. It's Sharabi who's using the width of the ring, going wide as often as possible. But Rogalinska is the one who's come out with a more aggressive intent. Again, two boxers of very similar build, very similar physique. Not much of a difference or an advantage to be had in terms of reach. Chernokolenko almost getting stuck in that one corner. Want that to happen. Now Rygielska yet again upping the ante in this opening round. Difficult one to call, but I would think that the boxer in red has shown a bit more intent, bit more positivity. Has that translated to sufficient punches? We'll know soon. Always such a difficult sport to call from the ringside, especially when there's no significant advantage for either boxer. Couple of good combinations again by Rygielska. Getting Chernokolenko on the ropes and a little dazed. He's finished and started this round with some good attacking measures of her own, Rygielska. And it'll probably be Serene Chernokolenko who will have to think about what her strategy needs to be. At the moment, the World Cup champion from Brazil in red, Victoria Rygielska, looking quite good against Serene Chernokolenko of Italy. Lots of meaningful punches which were landed. Got her into the corner a couple of times. Plenty of discussion at both ends. Split one and it's gone in favor of Chernokolenko. 3-2. Only Judge 1 and Judge 5 adjudicating this in favor of Rygielska. But the good news for her opponent isn't far ahead by a big distance. Just one judge to overturn in many respects. Come out attacking, but there's just a little bit too much of a headbutt involved. Chernokolenko with a good bit of defending, and then the odd punch which is landing right on the bridge. That's working for her. Rygielska yet again looking to up the ante. But when she does that, Chernokolenko is very clever at breaking that momentum up. Rygielska on the offensive. Good bit of mixing attack and defense at the moment from Chernokolenko, but there's some desperate measures from Rygielska to try and turn the advantage in her favor. Proper fight, that's for sure. Neither of them looking to take any backward step. Good aggressive encounter. Now Rygielska gets Chernokolenko into those corners, but then she has to try and capitalize. She has to try and get those punches in. This is yet another close round. Will be very difficult to call for the judges. I won't be surprised if yet another split verdict comes in. And Rogalinska will be hoping that it goes in her favor with most of the judges on her side this time. That'll set us up for a real humdinger of a finish. Should be the last constructive action of the second round, and it is. Has Victoria Rogalinska done enough? Started well, attacked quite well, but Sanzhar-Ali kept going with her defense, which was quite solid all the way through. And what that has meant is that while one of the judges continues to be in favor of Rogalinska, the remaining judges have all gone with Sanzhar-Ali. Sanzhar-Ali currently with a 3-1 lead. Only that one judge not going in her favor, and another one flipping over after having given the first round. Rogalinska now has scored the second one 10-9 in favor of Sanzhar-Ali. But it's not over yet, and that's exactly what the Polish coach must be reminding Ward.
Third and final round.
Swiftly be moving on to the women's 75 after this. For the moment, it's Sanzhar-Ali in blue, looking to defend an all-out offensive. Not too happy about some of those punches which were landed towards the end by Rogalinska. Does want to do is just continue with this aggressive intent of hers. That's the only way back in for Rogalinska. Keep punching hard. Try and flip some of the scores over. Maybe try and secure a TKO if you can. The boxer in blue with the score advantage as well has been quite canny in the way that she's defended all the while. Gloves up, defends well. Rogalinska gets a couple of good punches in. Is it good enough though? Has she rattled Sanzhar-Ali and forced some errors, or in a position to force some errors in these last 60 seconds or so? Both medalists at the World Cup Stage 1 in Brazil. Rogalinska was the gold medalist. Sanzhar-Ali lost out to the woman who Rogalinska beat in the final and had to settle for a bronze. That'll be the fate of one of these two boxers at the moment. Numerically, that looks like Rogalinska. But can she come up with something special in these last few seconds? She's really going hard at it. Sanzhar-Ali's defense has been quite solid all through this 3 rounds bout. And she's probably the happier of the two heading into her corner. The story of this bout was all about Sanzhar-Ali and her solid defense. Rogalinska looking to be the aggressor on most counts. Then solid guard and some of those counter punches proving quite effective for the Italian. Just making contact with a few of those punches, especially those vicious uppercuts which worked very well for her.
Results of the bout number 43. The win on point by split decision. In the blue corner, representing Italy, Sanzhar-Ali.
It is Charabi who works out the winner, but it's a split decision which indicates that it was closer than it looked like at first glance. Victoria Rygielska definitely making an impression, but the World Cup Finals gold medal bout will be contested by two players who haven't been there before, or at least haven't won that gold before. Preeti will be up against Italy's Charabi. Good defensive performance, which was able to ensure that she kept her opponent at an arm's length. Momentarily move on to the women's 75 semi-finals, where India's Sweetie Bora will be in action up against Emma Greentree of Australia right after this short break.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
There's 3 entrants in the women's 75 kg. One of them, Melissa, is already through to the final, and she'll be up against the winner of this, Sweetie Bora of India and Emma Sue Greentree of Australia.
Bout number 44, elite female 75 kg weight category. In the red corner, representing India, Sweetie.
Sweetie Bora, World Championship gold back in 2018. She's been an Asian champion as well. And this is actually a rematch of the 2023 World Championship semi-final, which was played right here, with Sweetie going on to claim the gold in that occasion that was also played in New Delhi.
Representing Australia, Emma Greentree.
Emma Sue Greentree from Australia, 26 years of age, from New South Wales. World Championship bronze, of course, this year in Liverpool. And did pick up a bronze in that IBA World Championship, which was played in Delhi in 2023, where she lost out in the semi-finals to the opponent that she's facing today, Sweetie Bora.
Just 1 from Uganda, just 2 from Guatemala, just 3 from World Boxing, just 4 from Bulgaria, just 5 from Mexico.
Been 100% strike rate on this day 3 from the Indian boxers, and Sweetie will be hoping to continue with that trend. Familiar foes. That's why they'll be so familiar with each other's style as well. Sweetie and Emma on big stages have faced off before, and they'll be just looking to bank on those experiences.
Round 1.
Greentree looking to be aggressive. She's landed a few good punches already inside the first 15 seconds. Just needs a little readjustment to the helmet, the headgear. Good aggressive beginning from the Australian. Looking to take the fight to Sweetie. Some heavy punchers on screen. That's why defense becomes such a critical aspect of this match. Greentree has done so well to get Sweetie onto the ropes a couple of times already. We are just a little over a minute into this bout. Just not able to establish any kind of attacking momentum. The Indian boxer in red. What familiarity helps with. When you've been on the stage before with your opponent, you not only know their strengths, but you also know some of their weaknesses and possibly something there which is being exploited quite superbly by Greentree. But it is a close one, it is a subjective one, and yet again the first round will be quite decisive in terms of getting a flow. Bora looking to make the move up. It's a first round which one would think on first glance that it's been dominated by Emma Greentree. A few more punches packed. But don't count out Sweetie. She's very familiar with this kind of stage. Got those medals at World Championship level and knows exactly what it takes to come back into games. Coming into the closing stages of the opening round. Again, some decent punches landed by Greentree. Far from over, of course, but the early impressions, Sweetie Bora might well need to chase this because Emma Greentree has come out fighting. Some positive punches to start the round off. And she sustained that attacking momentum all the way through. And that's why, as a result of all her efforts, it's actually Emma Greentree who's leading quite decisively. 5-love, so all 5 judges going with her. There's a fair amount of recovery now to be made by Sweetie Bora of India. Only 1 bronze to be given.
Second round.
Melissa Gemini from Italy has already made her way through to the final, given a bye.
Round 2.
And this is the only semi-final being contested in the women's 75 category. Yet again, good attacking intent. Greentree lands a couple of good punches early. It's been very canny boxing from Emma Greentree. Staying at a safe distance, out of Sweetie's swinging range. But she doesn't overcommit on either side herself. Typically tends to lead with her left foot. What she's trying to do is just hope to get Sweetie onto her attacking side and then counter respond. And it's been quite effective thus far. She's landed a few good combination punches. Moves quite swiftly for somebody in the women's 75 kg category. And that speed of her punches yet again unsettling Sweetie Bora. The crowd here in Greater Noida also beginning to realize that this is a bit of an uphill battle for the home boxer. Plenty of words of encouragement, but I'm not sure Sweetie will be focusing too much on the outside noise. It shouldn't be the case anyway for an elite sports person. Fighting on gamely. It's tactically good from Emma. One can only surmise that the Emma Greentree of 2025 is a slightly more refined version than what Sweetie Bora did beat in 2023. That being said though, it is always neck and neck. It's so close between all these boxers. We are seeing the elite in action in Greater Noida. All of them with championships in continental fashion, at youth level, at international level. So it makes it such an engrossing contest. Desperately needs this round to go her way, Sweetie Bora. But it's Emma Greentree who's finishing it just as she began. Just a little disconsolate at the moment in terms of her body language, Sweetie Bora, realizing that Emma Greentree is putting on a pretty good masterclass in terms of how to cope with an opponent who's slightly stronger than you. But all you need to do is just keep pegging away. Keep defending hard and keep counter-punching when you can. The second round also goes to Emma. Only one of the judges deeming this to be Sweetie Bora's round, but still a 4-0 advantage in terms of judges for Emma Greentree of Australia.
Second round.
We'll probably need to do something pretty decisive here.
Third final round.
Third round. All for Sweetie Bora to do. Yet again, Emma Greentree, solid in defense, allowing her Indian opponent to try and take the fight to her. But when she does that, she's able to sway out of the way or come back with some counters of her own. I think if and when there's a cold analysis of this bout, Sweetie Bora will think that she has been outthought and outboxed pretty much by Emma Greentree right through these 3 rounds of action. Started in explosive fashion, but after that has become a lot more compact defensively. Sweetie also looking a lot more tired now. She has been doing a lot more of the chasing in this entire bout. So that also works to Greentree's favor as we enter the last minute or so. Greentree is still looking quite energetic. Sign of somebody who's not just in the ascendancy but also in complete command right through this bout. The mixture of tactics she's used has been very good. Completely unsettled Sweetie Bora. It was expected to be a close encounter, but Emma Greentree has done ever so well right through this bout. Into the last 10 seconds now. Somewhere as boxers, you tend to know what's about to happen. He's landed a couple of decent punches, the last one after the bell. But Emma Greentree is the one who looks more jubilant, goes over to the Indian corner as well, congratulates them. But the congratulations are probably going to be in order for the Australian. Emma Greentree in blue really took the fight to Sweetie Bora, and to be very honest, the Indian never recovered from that early onslaught. Good punches, good left and right combinations, often requiring Sweetie to defend herself. Really was an overwhelming performance by the Australian Emma Greentree. Looks like she has avenged the defeat in the semi-finals of the IBF World Championships back in 2023 in New Delhi. And to do it right here in Greater Noida will give that much more satisfaction to the Australian.
Result of the bout number 44, the winner on point by unanimous point decision in the blue corner, representing Australia.
It's unanimous in the end. It's Emma Greentree who stands tall. And she's done enough. She's done more than enough. And a good show of respect, waiting for her opponent, wanting her to exit the ring. It'll have to be bronze for Sweetie Bora, who was expected to come up with the goods. But a terrific performance from Emma Greenstone, who knows this opponent, who knows this arena, this city at least. And that's why she's come up with a spectacular performance to go into a gold medal match against Melissa Gemini of Italy in a couple of days' time. Emma Greentree, many, many congratulations. And she goes through to the final of the women's 75 kg.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
On to the women's 80 kg category now. Diana Magawieva of Kazakhstan up against Agata Kaczmarska of Poland.
kg weight category. In the red corner,
It's a difficult one for Diana Magawieva. He's up against the reigning world champion in Kaczmarska. Beat Nupur Sharon, who we saw in action earlier today in the 80+ category. So Nupur Sharon has made the way up, the move up this year itself. But Agata Kaczmarska continues to compete in that particular category.
Poland, Kaczmarska, Agata.
Coming out with a smile on her face, but there'll be absolutely no mirth inside the ring. Well decorated boxer from Poland. Yet another Asia versus Europe clash at these World Boxing Cup finals.
Just one from Iran, just two from Brazil, just three from Bulgaria, just four from Mexico, and just 5 from Australia.
This is another category where there were only 3 boxers. India's Pooja Rani given a bye straight through to the final, so she awaits the winner of this particular match. And no doubt one of the favorites in terms of just her overall pedigree. But if she goes through, Kaczmarska is also going to be a fairly significant opponent there. The only semi-final of the women's 80 kg category. Magayuyeva of Kazakhstan against Kaczmarska of Poland. Poland in blue and the fancied boxer come out with what seems to be a slightly better game plan. Some speed, some ferocity behind those punches already from Kaczmarska. A 27-year-old from Poland comes from Elise. Magayuyeva certainly occupying the center of the ring, but not being able to capitalize particularly on that. It could be a tactic as well from Kaczmarska. We have seen it in a few of the women's categories. Boxers attempt to give a semblance of control to the opponent, allowing them to occupy the center, but that also helps them stay out of reach for many of their punches. And also gives a slightly wider area from which to launch those counter-offensives of their own. It's definitely a cagey battle between these two. Really no offensive momentum which has been gathered as yet by the Kazakh boxer in red. That is something that will worry her. Move along shortly at the end of this bout to the men's categories. A couple of semi-finals in the 65 kg, then a couple in 90, and another 2 in the 90 plus category for the men. 6 bouts after this. Into the last 10 seconds, where Kaczmarska has thus far dominated proceedings, both from a tactical as well as a boxing sense. And it does look like the Kazakh boxer will have a lot to do in the second round. Aneta Kaczmarska keeping her opponent far away and also landing a few decisive blows of her own. As we anticipated, has gone the way of the Polish boxer. (5-0), 5 judges in her favor. Magayuyeva needs to come back into this.
Second round. Round 2.
The Polish boxer starting round 2 in pretty much the same frenetic pace as she did the first. Magayuyeva will need to formulate some kind of game plan to combat this, because at the moment she's definitely getting out-thought. Tactically astute Kaczmarska now is beginning to occupy more of the center of the ring. The Kazakh boxer also visibly looking a little bit more tired, which is quite early. This is still midway through the second round. She has expended a lot of energy in trying to attack. The Polish boxer has just done so well to defend herself that now there is that opportunity to move in and get some more decisive punches going and settle this in her favor. Magayuyeva now pushed into the corner on most occasions. It's not where she wants to fight this from. Trailing by points already. An overwhelming 5-0 to begin with for Kaczmarska. And it looks like it might stay the same after these second 3 minutes of this round, of this bout as well. Headed towards a potential final showdown against Pooja Rani of India. This is how it went. The second round as well, Kaczmarska, the one with the better tactics and the one with the advantage in terms of the score as well. First round going 5-0 in her favor. And it was quite similar in terms of how the second round went as well. Not too many openings for Magayuyeva. And also visibly flagging the Uzbek, or the Kazakh boxer rather. So both sets of judges unilaterally with the pole at the moment in the blue corner.
Second round. Third and final round.
Heading in for the last bit of play in this, the last 3 minutes. An opportunity for the Kazakh boxer in red to come back into it, Magayuyeva. Trying to get some attacking momentum, trying to get some sequence of punches together. But each time that happens, it's Kaczmarska who's able to break that up with some defense, with some counters of her own. not an advantage which gets overturned easily, and that's something that we have seen across the first 3 days of competition right here. World Boxing Cup Finals. To try and come back into it, the Kazakh boxer, running out of time, needs to come up with potentially a couple of decisive punches, potentially a knockout if she can. The only TKO thus far on semi-finals day, belonging to India's Arundhati Choudhary, was able to effect it. The women's 70 category against Leonie Müller of Germany. This minute, can she pull something out of her hat? Boxer in blue in complete command at the moment, Kaczmarska. Leading both on points as well as the overall momentum of this bout. Was not able to generate any positive moves of her own. Magayuyayeva. And it's Agata Kaczmarska of Poland who will probably walk away with the plaudits from this one. Decisive in the first 2 rounds and equally impressive in the third as well. Very good defense, in particular being the cornerstone of her entire strategy, and then also counter-punching with some ferocity on a few occasions. But much better from the Kazakh boxer. However, it'll probably end up being a unanimous verdict in favor of her opponent.
Results of the bout of 45. The winner on point by unanimous point decision in the blue corner, representing Poland, Kaczmarska.
It is Agata Kaczmarska, proficient and very professional in the way that she went about. Particularly defense was very strong right through this match. Didn't give too many openings to the Kazakh boxer, and then very quick to feast on any openings which she was able to ascertain. That's why she walks away with this match and sets up a final against Pooja Rani of India in a couple of days' time. Right, men's semi-finals action coming after this. Men's 65 kg is the first one after a short break.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Men's 65 kgs now, and it will start with a matchup between Shion Nishiyama of Japan and Adhamjan Ukhidinov of Uzbekistan. Second of these matches will feature an Indian in Avinash Jamwal.
Weight category. In the red corner, representing Japan, Nishiyama Shion.
Shion Nishiyama is the top seed in this draw, got a bye through. And he will walk in as the favorite in this particular match, there's no doubt about it.
Uzbekistan, Mukindo Adam Chong.
And as his opponent from Uzbekistan beat Zhang Donghyun in the opening encounter a couple of days back. Comes from a place called Kokand in Uzbekistan. Had a gold at the ASBC Championships in Chiang Mai, Thailand. And that's the kind of experience that he'll be hoping to bring to the field. But he's up against a man who was the silver medalist in the World Cup finals last year in Sheffield. And Nishiyama will definitely want to try and live up to that potential, not just make it through to the final this time, but also win it. But it won't be easy. He is the top seed. He is the favored player in this match. Strange things can happen, and they've been happening every day here at the World Boxing Cup finals in Greater Noida. Pavel Pavlov of Bulgaria, chief referee for this one. And among the judges, there's a Canadian, there's a Mongolian, and there's also an Egyptian. The bustling start from both. Athamjon looking to take the attack to Shion Nishiyama. Actually a good positive start from the man in blue, but has to watch out for some of those counter punches coming in from Shion, who has lightning speed, great reflexes. A good tactical battle here in the offing. Nishiyama connecting with a couple of rights inside the first minute. Mukhidinov also not taking too many backward steps in this match thus far. Good battle of wits, also a battle of will. So much riding on this. There's an assured bronze, of course, with the semi-finals finish. But both these men will be eager, will be hungry to make it to that summit clash in a couple of days' time. Athamjon, Mukhidinov has been occupying more of the center as much as possible. And both men seem to be favoring that left. It's an open stance. The right heavy in terms of their feet. They're both also keeping their guard up most of the time. It's Shion Nishiyama who's probably just looking to bait his opponent a bit more. Been a good close fight. Difficult to take your eyes off this one. And it will be quite interesting to see how the judges are perceiving these first 3 minutes. That's a good, solid blow again landed by Nishiyama. Athamjon also gets a couple of blows in. Yet again, it's looking like it's a good positive finish for the boxer in blue. But I would think that Nishiyama has just about done enough. It might be a split verdict, but he could well get a few more votes in terms of what the judges have seen in these first 60 seconds, 60 minutes. 180 minutes, 180 seconds really. I'll finally get that right. But a good matchup this. Shion Nishiyama was quite positive to begin with, and that has stood him in good stead. Because while Arkamjan Mukhidinov has got one of the verdicts in his favor, that being the judge from Egypt, but the other four have gone in favor of Nishiyama. Man in the red corner, leading at the moment, the top seed. However, this is the kind of bout where those tables can be turned quite swiftly, because both playing at a good frenetic pace, and that should make for an exciting spectacle even in the second round.
Round 2.
Nishiyama looking to be the early aggressor. Is being encouraged to punch a little higher than he has been. Going a couple of times into the back as well of the Uzbek boxer Arkamjan Mukhidinov. Poor pace about this bout. Full credit to both the boxers for ensuring that. When we get those slightly closer shots, we get an idea of the arm speed, punching speed of both. Also gives you an idea how difficult and how important defense is, because you've got those hands flying at you. And you've got to not just respond, but also to be able to defend and attack from that similar position on most occasions. Arkamjan has made a few positive moves in this second round. Up to the craft here of Shion Nishiyama. Some restrapping required to the gloves. Sensible thing to do. Keep both sets of colors in your tapes. You might need blue, you might need red, depending on the singlet or the color that you've been assigned. Now, frenetic bit of action from both sides. Punches being exchanged. But Nishiyama yet again looking like he's landed the more decisive ones. Quality telling in this match. It's two fine boxers going at it. But Shion Nishiyama is just making some of the better moves yet again. Suggesting why he has top billing in this particular weight category, the men's 65 kgs. Where the next bout will feature India's Abhinash Jamwal up against Elvin Aliev of Ukraine. But for the moment, it's all about this pair giving it all out there, really leaving absolutely nothing, giving more than 100%, as the cliche goes. There was a brief stoppage for that restrapping of Mukhidinov, which is why it might take just a little more than the time that you're seeing on the clock. But we are anyway in the closing stages of the second round as well. And Shion Nishiyama is looking good, potentially, for a decisive 2-0 lead in terms of rounds won. Arkamjan Mukhidinov has made a lot more positive moves. He's dealt out a few good punches of his own, but it's Shion Nishiyama who's looking like he has the driver's seat in this particular contest. These replays are a fair illustration of that point. Some punches coming in from the blue corner, but the man in red also lending out a few. However, what's interesting is Mukhidinov has actually done enough to reverse the trend of the opening round. What has happened now is it's 4-1 for the second round for Mukhidinov, and that means that it's 1-1 in terms of judges. One judge has deemed both of these rounds to go in favor of Nishiyama, and one of them has given both to Arkamjan Mukhidinov in the blue corner. The rest are split down the middle. So It all boils down to the last round. Whoever wins this round wins this bout. It's as simple as that. Dead heat after the first, let me get this right, 360 seconds of this match. So the remaining 120 will determine, or the remaining 180 rather, will determine the fate of this. Trap coming off yet again for Mukhidinov. Part of that tape, I think, just sticking out. Needed to be clipped. But now this is interesting. One of the closest in the men's contests. John taking the fight to his opponent, sending him into a corner. Not a bad place to be right now for Nishiyama because the momentum is so much more on the other side. Little more than a minute. Plenty of blows traded. John's face is a canvas in itself. He's had some decent punches to the face landed. But Shion Nishiyama is just about hanging in there. It's a close one. There's absolutely no doubt about it. How will the judges see this particular decisive round now that it's 1-1? It's still got everything to play for. The last 40 seconds, neither boxer can really rest on their laurels, and that's why this is set for a fascinating finish. Got to try and keep being as aggressive as possible because you really don't know which way the judges would have deemed this particular round to go. And if you can finish with a couple of good punches, that will perhaps enhance your chances of finishing on the right side of this decision, which will be a split one, come what may. Nishiyama seems a little content at defending. Is that the right ploy though? We'll know shortly. Last 10 seconds. Nishiyama happy to defend. Happy to run the clock down. It's a fabulous fight. We don't really know yet what's happened, but we think, looking at his body language, that the experienced Shion Nishiyama thinks that he's got the job done here against his Uzbek opponent. Fabulous tempo about this bout all the way through, and the way that we saw Mukhidinov come back into it, especially in the second round, was quite remarkable, having lost the first. And even in the third, there were some great punches thrown in as well. A split decision awaits us, but let's see who comes out on the right side of it.
Result of the bout of 46. The winner on point by a split decision in the red corner, representing Japan, Nishiyama.
It's a good spirit between the two of them because they know that they have been to hell and back with each other. The third round went quite well for Shion Nishiyama, with 4 of those judges going in his favor as opposed to just 1 for the opponent. But it's a 3-2 verdict in the end, and that tells you how close these matches can be at this elite level. Shion Nishiyama made those mental calculations, and he knew exactly what he was doing in those last 30 seconds or so when he ensured that he didn't give any attacking opportunities to Ahmad John. Mukhidinov of Uzbekistan. So Nishiyama is through to the final. Who does he face? We'll find out after the second semi-final in the men's 65 kg category.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
An Indian in action in the men's 65 kgs. Elvin Aliev of Ukraine in the red corner, and up against him in blue, it will be Avinash Jamwal of India. The judges just coming into position on your screens. The ladies and gentlemen in white and black. 4 of them, or 5 of them rather, occupy spaces across 4 corners. Elvin Aliev
representing Ukraine, Elise Elvin.
A victor against Yulin of Chinese Taipei on the opening day. We've already witnessed the first Indian boxer losing out in the semi-finals a little while ago, Sweetie Bura, in the women's category, and Elvin Aliev will take that as a good omen for him, because he'll need to fight a home favorite,
Representing India,
Avinash Jamwal.
Avinash.
Got to buy into the semi-finals round. Confident young man. Silver medalist in both the World Cup stages earlier this year. And has definitely been a consistent boxer for India. Beat Gianluigi Malanga of Italy in the Brazil World Cup. And then also ended up beating a Kazakh boxer in the semi-finals in Kazakhstan in the second stage. Australian referee for this, Stephen Wade. Here we go. Second semi-final of the men's 65 kg category. You know the identity of one of the finalists, the top seed. And now Avinash Jamwal is of course the second seed in this, with semi-finals in both stages of the World Cup this year. About an hour or 45 minutes before this evening session, he was sitting somewhere close to the court, chatting with some of his fellow boxers, discussing strategy. But this is going to be a difficult battle. Aliev, little shorter in terms of height, but seems to have come out with a very decisive, defense-oriented approach to this battle. Jamwal will have to be very smart, very canny with how he uses his reach in this particular bout. Defending well at the moment is Jamwal. Aliev suddenly exploding into action and putting him under pressure with a sequence of rights and lefts. Quite successfully evaded. Crowd nicely getting behind Avinash Jamwal as well. It's a fabulous, fabulous atmosphere at the Shahid Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex in Greater Noida for these World Boxing Cup Finals. This top angle just gives you a little idea of that height advantage as well, and longer legs too for Jamwal, which he can leverage. Just get some distance between himself and his Ukrainian opponent from time to time. This has been a smart round as well from Aliyev. Not afraid to take the attack to his opponent, even though he does concede a few inches to him in terms of height. Being courtside or ringside also gives one the advantage of looking at some of the pre-match routines of these boxers. Aliyev and Jamwal were both sparring with their partners a little while before. Some of the others prefer skipping. Some others just going in for some plyometric exercises just to keep themselves warm. End of a first round, which Avinash Jamwal has looked a little more bright. But it's been a great fight as well from Aliyev of Ukraine. Taking the fight to him. And a very even contest all the way through. Some punches landed by Aliyev, but Jamwal responding in kind with some good interest on a few occasions. That's actually been reflected in the scoring from the judges, who have given this first round 3-2 to Avinash Jamwal. So a couple of those judges yet to be won over, a couple of them going with Elvin Aliyev of Ukraine. Close battle though. This is far from over in terms of a contest. What's been good to see, something which was also the case in the first men's semi-final, was the kind of attacking intent being shown by both boxers. That's what enabled the last one to go right down to the wire with two rounds which were shared before the third one was decisively won by the Japanese boxer. And over here, Avinash Jamwal trying to be as positive as possible, but with a defense-first approach, keeping those guards up. Now looking to lure his opponent in for a fatal mistake. Two men's 90 kg semi-finals coming up after this, followed by the 90 plus categories. So the two heaviest of the heavy in the men's categories. Some lovely chants going up as well. And his fans trying to remind Jamwal, who's the He-Man, they're saying. Aliyev might want to contest that. Not a capacity crowd by any means, but plenty of noise coming in from the sidelines, lots of encouragement. And one can just suss out the way the bouts have been going from the kind of noise levels, because somehow you sensed when Sweetie Bora was fighting, the crowd knew all along that she was getting dominated. But here it's a lot louder in favor of Jamwal, and it reflects what has been happening inside the ring as we head into the last minute of the second round. Jamwal rocked by a couple of good combinations from Aliyev. Is he going to be able to convert this into impressing the judges sufficiently? It was a split verdict, the first one, 3-2 in favor of Jamwal. Avinash Jamwal definitely putting a spirited resistance in the face of an onslaught from Aliev of Ukraine. Which way has this one gone? The man in red will definitely be quite confident. He really did bring some superb explosive power, especially to the closing stages. But Avinash Jamwal has been quite solid in defense and has used his footwork quite effectively right through these first 2 rounds. Swaying out of the way of a few punches, landing a few good ones of his own. Especially his left has been quite decisive in terms of how it has impacted this bout. Second round given decisively to Avinash Jamwal. So he's 3-2 up. Those 2 coaches, or 2 judges rather, who had initially given the first round to Elvin Aliev, and now in favor of Jamwal, but it's a dead heat in terms of 19-19 between the 2 of them. But 3 of them have it 20-18 in favor of Avinash Jamwal.
Second round.
To the way that the judges score it, they are obliged to give maximum points to one boxer, and then the other tends to be a little bit more subjective. You can give 9, you can, if you want, give 8 as well. That's what makes for these uneven numbers when we see some of them flashing across on the score. Third round, decisive one, where Aliev has to make a move up, has to take a few more risks, and that will leave him open for counter punches. And doesn't Avinash Jamwal know it? This is smart work from the Indian, just keeping his guard down. He knows that Aliev is going to be desperate, is going to look to be positive. And every time he does that, he just moves in swiftly and tries to get some counters of his own. However, he needs to watch out, especially if there's a big punch at some stage coming in from the Ukrainian. He's got to be able to not only defend himself, but also to take advantage and then reply in kind. Some solid defending over the last minute or so by Avinash Jamwal. Much like we saw in the previous semi-final, where Shion Nishiyama controlled the narrative for the last minute quite beautifully. Jamwal is hoping to find himself in a position where he can do that, and he has the advantage of having won both the first rounds. Been a keen contest, but Aliev knows that he's probably staring at a disadvantage, having lost 2 rounds. And in trying to get aggressive, he has conceded a couple of punches himself. Won't be surprised if this winds up being a unanimous verdict in favor of Jamwal. It will be a fitting finale if it's Jamwal against Nishiyama, because they are the top 2 seeds. Nishiyama, of course, the top seed. But Avinash Jamwal, the number 2 seed in this side of the draw. Has he done enough? We'll know soon. A lot more positive from Aliev. In fact, to be fair, he's been positive all the way through all 3 rounds, trying to take the battle to his opponent. The combination of good defending from time to time and then using those little openings to land some great blows, both with left as well as right. Avinash Jamwal, it's been a great World Cup year for him. 2 silvers already at the 2 stages. And he'll be hoping to take this into yet another final in the finals.
The winner on point by unanimous point decision in the blue corner, representing
Avinash Jamwal. Clinical performance. Was put under pressure, especially early on by Aliyev. And that's when he needed to be quite resolute. He was strong to begin with, and then came up with a few great counters of his own. Not only was his offense good, but his defense, as the match progressed, grew in stature. And towards the end, just like his final opponent is going to be Nishiyama, he just controlled the pace of the match so well that it turned out to be a fairly easy victory at the end. The men's 90 semi-finals coming up after this.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Adam Tutak of Poland against Nusratbek Zokirov of Uzbekistan. We saw them in action in their respective quarterfinals. That was in yesterday's sessions. And they're back in just about a little around 24 hours.
Poland, Tutak Adam Jekha.
Adam Tutak, the top seed on this side of the draw. We are beginning with the top half. That's where these two semi-finalists did make their way through from. Adam Tutak, a winner against Amar Riyad Abdul Jabbar of Germany.
Representing Uzbekistan, Zokirov Nuratbek.
Zokirov was such a canny boxer in his bout against Ukraine's Bogdan Tolmakhov yesterday. And you would expect some good ring craft from him in this match as well. Up against the top seed, nothing to lose. Almost gives you the freedom to try different things.
Selena Elpitia, just one from Uganda, just two from Australia.
Tutak, I dare say, will have a little bit of a height advantage in this match. That's something that he'll be looking to bank on. But Nusratbek showed that he is a very smart boxer himself. So moving up weight categories, we just saw the men's 65 finalists decided. Now this will see the first finalist in the men's 90 kg category, and we'll finish off this evening session soon with the semi-finals for the men's 90+ kg category. 4 top-notch bouts yet to come in these World Boxing Cup finals at Greater Noida, India. Tutak in red, Zokirov in blue. That little height difference is visible in the early exchanges. Zokirov is trying his best to just make sure that he stays within touching distance of his opponent. But Tutak is using that reach to good effect. He's trying to entice his opponent into opening up a little bit more. Also very fascinating to observe how the footwork these boxers varies, depending on what their style is. Those with a more attacking style typically tend to use less of their feet. This was a good attempt from Zokirov, just looking to lean in and get a couple of punches in. But Tutak, not for nothing is he the top seed. This is a very good start from him as well, solid. Also using that left to good effect, keeping his opponent honest, as it were. Couple of midriff punches attempted by Zokirov. Particularly sure if he's made contact with it. But this is better for him. He's the slightly shorter of the two boxers. That gives him a bit more of a target to aim at, and he's got to try and exploit that to the max. What will matter is how he's able to follow those up with punches to the head. Couple of good blows landed by Zokirov. Turning out to be a close one. Tutak beginning better, but Zokirov slowly growing in confidence in this opening round. Some good refereeing as well, because she's allowing this contest to flow as much as possible, not intervening too often. Yet again, Zokirov seemingly landing a couple of blows in. Some of his Polish compatriots very close to where our commentary box is, just yelling out instructions. My Polish is not very good, so I'm not able to decipher exactly what is the advice which is coming through. But an entertaining first round comes to a close. Could well be a split verdict at the moment, because Nusratbek Zokirov has definitely taken the fight to Tutak. In fact, Tutak starting well, but Zokirov slowly growing in confidence. And as that round wore on, he was able to land some great punches, both with left as well as right. It's a good fight, and that's why Zokirov actually holds the advantage. Look at that, the Egyptian judge giving it 10-8 to Zokirov. So it's a bit of a mountain to climb for Adam Tutak, the top seed. But it's something that he's quite capable of doing. Been very intelligent boxing though from the Uzbek boxer in the blue corner. All last minute advice passed on. The repair jobs has been done. And here we go again. Jack moving with purpose, trying to be the aggressor just as he was in the first round. It's Zokirov's defense which stood firm. Standing count though. Couple of great punches were landed, which is why the count went up to 8. So Adam Jakub Tutak getting into his usual business. He's known for his ability to knock his opponents out. He's probably going to try and bank on that to try and land some decisive punches on his opponent, Nusratbek Zokirov from Uzbekistan. Zokirov now looking to get a bit more aggressive, throwing some punches of his own as well. The count which he was able to initiate probably makes this round pretty much in Tutak's favor, and that's something that he's got to capitalize on from here on. Control the tempo, control anything positive going Zokirov's way, avoid that from happening. Good work yet again from Tutak. Gets a blow in. Some shots to the side of the head which weren't completely fair in that sense. Just a quick verbal warning for Tutak. The second round has certainly been a lot more positive for the Polish boxer. Zokirov's defensive resolve will be examined through the rest of this bout. Into the last 10 seconds now. Finishes on a positive note for Tutak. And has he just about been able to do enough? Zokirov's defense, something that has been able to stand him in good stead all the way through. So the count did go against Zokirov, but the judge is yet again deeming this to be his round. 4 of them, the Australian, the Egyptian, the person from Taipei and the French official going in favor of Zokirov. Only Uganda giving this one to Adam Tutak. It means it's still advantage Zokirov, advantage Uzbekistan. And it's almost an invitation here to Adam Tutak to try and enforce another knockout if he can. It's his specialty. It's something that he does very well. He's got to try and capitalize on that ability of his. Going for some heavy punching early on, especially. What he's looking to do. Heading Zokirov into the corner. One of those blows going to the back of the head. Referee quick to intervene. Zokirov is going to bring all his guile into play. The fact that he's also got the advantage. Trying to stay out of reach of the Polish boxer. And every now and then just nipping in, trying to get a couple of blows of his own. Very canny, very smart work from Zokirov. Most occasions, it's been a fair amount of distance between the two boxers. He knows that Tutak is the one who has to enforce the issue here. That's why Zokirov is doing very well. Just defend stoutly and every now and then just move in, get a couple of shots in himself. That's a good left. Can Tutak get in for the TKO? These little breaks don't do any good to Tutak. Just helps Zokirov run a little bit of time down as well. Tells you how close all these battlers, all these boxers are. The fact that Adam Tutak is the top seed, but Nusrat Bek Zokirov has come up with a little bit of a tactical masterclass in this match. And perhaps the outcome will go against the man in red. Adam Tutak was a lot more positive, especially in this third round, trying to take as many blows as he could to his opponent. But Zokirov spent a good deal of time not just evading those punches, but also defending himself with a lot of solidity. Few occasions when the bout just had to be stopped, and that also worked in Zokirov's favor. Every now and then those jabs and uppercuts just helping him come back into it a little bit. Probably will be a split decision.
The winner on point by a split decision in the blue corner, representing
It is Zokirov.
Uzbekistan, the hero.
Adam Tutak was the heavyweight, he was the top seed. But Nusratbek Zokirov with some clever strategy, but it was a lot closer than it looked all the way through. Adam Tutak, the early aggressor, but Zokirov getting some good blows in and then defending quite astutely, especially once he knew that the numerical advantage was with him, having won the first couple of rounds. And the third one also settling 4-1 in his favor. So 4-1 all the way through after a 5-0 in the very first round. That helps him pinch this 4-1 eventually in his own favor. Nusratbek Zokirov coming up with the second semi-final after this.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
An Indian participation in the second semi-final, Naveen Kumar against Isaac Oka of England. Awaiting the entry of all the officials. Somewhere in the middle of your screen, you can see those white shirts streaming through into the four corners of the ring. And once they've taken their positions, that's when the opening boxer will be announced. Naveen Kumar, who was such an impressive victor against Begzat Tangatar of Kazakhstan yesterday.
In the red corner, representing India, Kumar Naveen.
He was so good strategically in that match against Tangatar. And this is a match where his expertise, especially inside the ring, will be stretched to the core, because Isaac Oko as well was so impressive with his tactical masterclass against Jung Hanwell of South Korea. Silver medalist at the Brazil World Cup Stage 1 earlier this year, Isaac Oko of England. Both tall and lanky boxers, both with similar traits and similar strengths and weaknesses, which is why this will be such a fabulous and fascinating battle between the two. Naveen showed some great proficiency, especially in terms of his reach. That is a factor which shouldn't be such a big one against his opponent, who's pretty much of comparable dimensions. Could well be a match which is decided by who makes just fewer errors in terms of overall composure inside the ring. Egyptian referee Abdel Salama Muhammad Kamal. All set to rumble. Winner sets up a final against Nusratbek Zokirov of Uzbekistan. Naveen Kumar, boxer from Jhajjar in Haryana in India. Early tumble, but not sure that's an indication of anything other than Isaac Oko just losing his composure and balance. Very, very similar. The top shot reveals it's similar hand span, it's similar feet as well. Perhaps the slightly bigger upper body belongs to Naveen Kumar. That's only a slight advantage because it's compensated by slightly longer legs that Isaac Oko has to operate with. At the moment, he's trying to use that footwork well. A lot of movement, a lot of fluidity from Isaac. But Naveen staying very focused in terms of what he wants to do with his opponent. Not letting him out of sight, not letting him out of range for too long at any stage. It's 2 minutes in, but the boxer has been able to establish any kind of supremacy in this first round. There have been a lot of feints, attempts at looking to move in positively, but then just going back and looking to jab from a distance. That continues to be the case even after the 2-minute mark. We saw Oko, he always fights with a little smile on his face. It's also part of his mind games, I'm sure. Going to establish some mind games, some mental supremacy. Making the opponent wonder what is he smiling about. A couple of good hits from both boxers. First that left from Naveen. Then a superb reach from the right from Oko. Right at the jawline of his opponent. The close one to call. Won't be surprised if the judges are split in their verdict after the first round. Naveen Kumar, the home favorite, against Isaac Oko. The man from England has won silver in this category in the past, in recent times, in the World Cup. And that's the kind of momentum that he's taken into this match as well. Naveen Kumar, though, has landed some good punches, and which is why it's a split verdict as we thought, but it's a split verdict in favor of Isaac Oko at the moment. 3 judges to 2 for the first 3 minutes of this match. Putting substantial pressure on the opponent.
Round 2.
Naveen probably has to be a little bit more adventurous now that he's just about trailing in terms of points. Definitely a good battle. Simmering, boiling along. The Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex, Greater Noida. The home favorite Naveen Kumar in red. Leading that first round 2-3 to Isaac Oko from England. Trying to impose himself in this round, Naveen. But Isaac is doing a very good job of staying away from his punching line. Lots of movement, just as we saw in his previous encounter, when he outthought Jung Hanwell of Korea, who was, of course, the second seed in this side of the draw. So Naveen has a golden opportunity if he's able to overcome Isaac Oko, set up a final clash against the outsider Nusratbek Zokirova, who earlier today knocked out the top seed Adam Tutak from Poland. Even if he does lose, it will be a bronze, but I'm sure he'll be aiming for much higher honors. The teams line up for the prize distribution in a couple of days' time. Been very good game management from Oko. Continues to use a lot of that combination, especially when he swoops in after staying at a good distance from his opponent. Again making contact with a couple of lefts. Don't be taken in by the slender physiques of both men. Also packed quite a punch with some of those shots coming in from both sides. But at the moment, the man in blue seems to be the one with a slight advantage. He's got that smile. Both claiming honors. But I think this one has probably gone the way of Isaac Oko, simply by virtue of the fact that he was a lot more decisive with some of his punches. Using his feet very well, using his reach to good effect, staying away from the punching line, from the punching range of Naveen. And every time that he's moved forward, he's also been able to get some good shots of his own. And the second round also going Isaac's way, in fact, much more decisively than the first. All 5 judges deeming it to be 10-9. He's got a 3-zip cushion, something to work with, which means that Naveen has to win this third round outright in order for him to have any sort of chance of coming back into this.
Seconds out.
In fact, even a 5-0 will not be enough if it's only by a margin of 10-9. So he's got to make one of those judges completely flip over with a 2-point cushion to make it a split decision. Or better yet, just go for the knockout. But Oko is aware of this situation. It's something that he excels at. It's waiting game, staying away from his opponent, keeping yourself out of harm's way, preventing those big blows from landing. Although here, it's a good job started by Naveen, showing a bit of parity in terms of the momentum of the contest. This is a very good angle to watch that footwork from. What Isaac Oko seems to really excel at. The fact that he keeps himself out of punching range helps him. It's not like he's being over defensive, keeping his guard down. He's also staying at a distance away from Naveen. Any combat sport, so much also about maximizing your strength. Of course, you want to make sure that you capitalize on anything that your opponent offers, but what you want to do ideally, most of all, keep yourself ahead in the contest at all times. At the moment, the clock is his bigger opponent for Naveen. Oko is doing such a good job of managing this third round with the scores in his favor. Energy reserves will also be flagging. Naveen has done a lot of the chasing around, but Isaac Oko has shown in the quarterfinals as well that this is something he excels at. Hopping from left to right, going from side to side. covering every inch of that squared circle. Into the last few seconds. Naveen's challenge probably flagging off. Isaac Oko knows in his mind that he's got this wrapped up. The friendly gesture from the two to finish off with. But what a campaign this is turning out to be for Isaac Oko. Knocked out the second seed in the quarterfinals and almost definitely has done the same to the home favorite Naveen Kumar. But smart boxing from the Brazil World Cup Stage 1 silver medalist. Using his feet to good effect, using his reach to good effect, flashing that grin from time to time. And overall just putting in the perfect combination of attack and defense, unlock a tricky opponent. Expect the blue corner to win this.
Result of the bout.
Win on point by unanimous point decision in the blue corner, representing England, OKHOTA.
Second time lucky for the blue corner in the men's 90 kgs. If it was Nusrat Bek Tokhirov prior to this, his final opponent will be Isaac Oko of England. Very smart boxing all the way through. It was a split decision that won him the first round, but after that he was quite overwhelming the way that he punched away. Stayed out of harm's way for most part, defended quite well. And the third round as well was a unanimous 10-9 verdict in his favor from all 5 judges. So in the end, it's a unanimous 5-0 victory for Isaac Oko in this men's 90 kg semi-finals.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chirapal, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50+ years of passion, precision, performance. Chirapal Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Penultimate bout of the night. It's Ju Taeyong of Korea who will be up against Halim John Mamasoliev of Uzbekistan. It's the super heavyweight category, in excess of 90 kgs. Expect some hard blows to land, some ferocious punching, and I can't promise the quickest of movement because this is about the absolute big boys of this category.
Corner, representing Republic of Korea, Ju Taeyong.
Ju Taeyong is the top seed, getting a bye through to the semi-finals. And he'll definitely fancy his chances in this match. Normally Korea known for their middleweight boxers, but he's a super heavyweight.
Mamasoliev Halim John.
Mamasoliev was a victor against Ahmad Hagag of Austria in the quarterfinals, which were played a couple of days ago. He's a young player with some good credentials behind him. He's been an Asian champion and he's also been a world youth champion. Certainly not somebody to be taken lightly. Yet another all-Asian semi-final here at the World Cup Finals in Greater Noida. Tiron Garcia of Guatemala is going to be the chief referee for this one. some of the other judges coming in from the likes of Croatia, Czechia, another Eastern European country which is conspicuous by its absence in terms of competitors, but surely you would expect them to be just as impressive. All set to go, the Korean in red, Ju Tae-young, and his opponent, Halimjon Mamasoliev. The category where movement is so critical because it's not something that these big athletes potentially have going for their favor. Big boxer, just a tad taller than his opponent. That maybe gives him a bit of a reach advantage. That's something that he'll be looking to capitalize on, not just from an offensive perspective, but also in defending against Tae-young, who seems to be just looking for that one opening where he can land a ferocious big punch. Days of focus from both men. Mamasoliev does seem to have landed a couple of good punches. You wouldn't know, Tae-young has a perfect poker face. What's good to see though is both boxers looking to be proactive. Not so much about defending at the moment, it's also about trying to fashion enough maneuvers where you can attack your opponent. Mamasoliev yet again getting some combinations going. Good compact defense as well. Each time the Korean tries to reverse that pressure. Again tells you that seedings really don't matter too much. Too much about what's happening on the day and how you're performing. Closing in on the last 30 seconds. Mamasoliev has also done very well, is make sure that Tae-young stays on the outer periphery of the ring, makes him move around, shows good attacking intent, but often more as a mechanism to just confuse his opponent, to enforce some errors. That's a good hard right which has been landed. And it won't be a surprise if the boxer in blue has taken the honors in the first round. Halimjon Mamasoliev with a few heavier blows against Ju Tae-young. The top seed came out looking quite confident and was hoping to establish an early supremacy, but it's Mamasoliev who has looked the more positive of the two boxers all the way through the first 3 minutes. Some fabulous punches, finishing off with a great right as well in the closing stages. Oh, that left too was impactful, and this was the right. And the 5 judges concur, in fact 4 of them giving it 10-8 to Mamasoliev Halimjon. He's definitely got the upper hand, the Uzbek boxer, heading into the second round of this super heavyweight clash in the men's division, 90 plus kgs.
Round 2.
Day 3 of the World Boxing Cup Finals, Greater Noida, Semifinals day. Another day of semifinals coming up on day 4 on Wednesday, followed by Thursday, where all the decisive medals, the gold medal bouts will be decided on that particular day. definitely going to make for an exciting spectacle. Good work this yet again from Mamasoliev. What he's doing is very decisively just pushing his opponent into corners. Tae-Jung probably doesn't want to stay on that. He would want to occupy the center of the ring. There's only space for one boxer, and Mamasoliev has done so well to dictate the pace of this entire match. Yet again, some decent rights, especially to the face, and also attacking the torso of his opponent. That's something that we haven't seen too many boxers do. But when they have done that, when they have put in that variation, it has worked to their effect. Soliev at the moment looking a lot more in control. Tae-Jung will probably need something quite significant to come back into this contest, because thus far it's been the Mamasoliev show. Halimjon Mamasoliev in the blue corner has put up the better performance. He's punched hard, he's punched with a lot of intelligence, and just not given sufficient openings for Ju Tae-Jung to come back into this. So much like the first round, yet again impressing the coaches. 3 of them this time, giving it 10-8 in his favor. So 2017 is the bare minimum, 2016 on a couple of occasions. It just means that it's all or nothing in the third round for Ju Tae-Jung. If he has to advance to the final, then the top seed has to probably go in for the kill and look for a knockout.
Second round.
Not if the Uzbek coach has anything to do with it. Just a few last words of advice, encouraging his squad to maybe go in for an uppercut at some stage. Always get intrigued. Why do coaches communicate with gestures? That's probably the only language which the opponent can understand. Better off just verbalizing it. Although when you're in that sort of zone where you're fighting, you're probably not listening to too many things. Which is why you need to demonstrate a lot more of the advice. But this has been boxing of some good quality from Mamasoliev. Good composure. Ju Tae-Jung try and get some momentum going. That's been the biggest challenge in this match. Mamasoliev has controlled the narrative, has controlled the pace so beautifully. Taeyong is trying to entice Mamasoliev into a fatal indiscretion. Wants to reduce that gap between the two of them, the physical distance, which has been so well maintained by the Uzbek boxer. But it's also a sign that he's tiring out. Taeyong doesn't want to jump and prance around as much now. Looking to go for that one knockout punch if he can land it. Not a moment of mercy though from Mamasoliev. Continues with his aggressive initiative in this match. Into the last 10 seconds, Halim John Mamasoliev with a solid performance in blue against the top seed Zhu Taeyong. And the super heavyweight semi-final seems to have been decided in favor of the man in blue. Mamasoliev was positive. It wasn't like he was waiting, but used his height and reach to such good effect right through this match. The third round perhaps beginning a little better for Taeyong, who needed to do something special, but he was also flagging by the end, and it was almost like a standing target for Mamasoliev and his punches by the end of that third round. Battling, bruising encounter, which finishes with the man from Uzbekistan now awaiting possibly a positive fate at the hands of the referee.
Result of the bout number 50, the winner on point by unanimous point decision. In the blue corner, representing Uzbekistan, Mamasoliev Khalim-Jon.
Gets the job done. Halim John Mamasoliev of Uzbekistan is through to the final of the men's 90 plus kgs, and it was such a superb performance all the way through. Just the way that he controlled the tempo of this match. And Zhu Taeyong really didn't have too much of a chance coming in. Just never given an opening, never given at least a minute of rest where he could launch an offensive of his own, right? The second semi-final and the final bout of the day coming up after this.
Power. It's not just strength, it's creation. At Chernokolenko, every vertical pushes limits. Every idea punches harder. From factories that never stop, to fighters who never quit. We share one heartbeat, the spirit of champions. 50 plus years of passion, precision, performance. Chernokolenko Group is proud to be the official partner of the World Boxing Cup Finals 2025.
Halim John Mamasoliev will face the winner of this match, Narendra Barwal of India. And he's up against the Kazakh boxer Daniel Saporbey.
Plus kg weight category. In the red corner, representing India, Narendra.
From Hisar, Haryana. And somebody who's looking to make an impression. Given a bye into this round. In fact, I correct myself, he did take on Andrei Khaletsky of Ukraine and won that particular bout a couple of days ago. It was his opponent, the man from Kazakhstan, Daniel Saporbey,
representing
who was given a bye.
Saporbey Daniel.
Saparbe is himself a bronze medalist from the Brazil leg of the World Cup this year. While on his land in Kazakhstan, it was actually Narendra who was able to clinch a bronze for himself in the World Cup Stage 2 this year.
Just one from Croatia, just two from
Ugandan referee.
just three from
Croatia, Guatemala, Mexico, Iraq and Bulgaria represented among the judges.
Bulgaria.
Daniel Saparbe is very, very experienced, as is Narendra, which is why this promises to be quite a matchup between the two. 6'4", the Indian boxer. His opponent maybe just half an inch or an inch shorter. There's not much of a difference between the two in that sense. This is the super heavyweight division, so this is where everything else goes out of the window. The most important factor is how much power can you sometimes generate in your punches. In these weight categories, especially between athletes of comparable stature, it does turn out to be a little bit of a battle of attrition. That's how it's turning out to be the first few seconds. Either one of them in a position or in the mindset to try and take the initiative a bit. Narendra defending stoutly in the face of a little bit of a mini onslaught from Saparbe. Couple of good punches landed by Narendra, but also getting a bit of a talking to. It's definitely not got the pace or the frenetic activity that we've seen in a few weight categories. That is the beauty of the sport as well. You get different weight categories, you get different styles, different speeds. This, of course, is also an all-Asian battle. And at the Asian Games last time around, there was a bronze which came the way of Narendra Barwal. Semifinals finish there in Hangzhou. Into the last 10 seconds will be a very interesting one. See how the judges have scored this one, because really there hasn't been much in it. More of a case of averting disaster from both boxers. Both massive units. That's a good way to step into the circle, or to the ring rather. The way that Daniel Saparbe did, showing off his height, going over the top rope. But Narendra Barwal seems to have impressed enough of the coaches to establish a 4-1 cushion. Only the Iraqi judge deeming this to have gone the way of the boxer from Kazakhstan. Otherwise, it's a 4-1 advantage for Narendra. Last bout of day 3 of the World Boxing Cup Finals. Last 2 rounds left. Just looking at the way that these two have approached this bout, I would highly discount the chances of a knockout blow coming in. Very safety first approach, both from Narendra as well as Saparbey. Doing well to keep his guard up, Narendra. From time to time, good attacking intent being displayed by Saparbey. Of good punches, but more as a riposte. Been good attacking intent from Daniel. He's the one chasing this bout. What's been interesting is that Narendra has been quite happy to occupy the outside of the ring for most part. Let Saparbey have control of the center of the ring. But then keeps moving himself and keeps using his defense as a very good mechanism to draw his opponent in. Then lands just a few decent counters. Quite an interesting example about how you want to just counter your opponent. Not necessarily always an attack first approach, but it's effective. Certainly was in the first round, and even here, forcing Saparbey to take cover under a few furious lefts and rights coming in. On to the last 20 seconds now. Little word from the referee, but on the whole it's been a good controlled effort from Narendra Barwal. Is he heading into a final of his own for the home side, India? A good round, again not packed with a lot of action, but a lot of good tactical nows from both men. Saparbey a lot more positive in this particular round, but Narendra seemingly having a response for most of those, and every now and then with some solid defense, combining it with some great attacking instinct of his own. And you will end up seeing that reflected in the scores. A 5-love this time around. The Iraqi judge, having given the first round to Saparbey, is currently on 19 apiece, so it's 4-love overall in favor of Narendra Barwal of India. Final round of day 3. Third day, third round. Narendra against Saparbey. Kazakh boxer hasn't done a lot wrong, but he's just been outclassed in terms of tactics by Narendra. The way that he's keeping himself out of his opponent's arc, even though he's the slightly taller boxer, but he's not gone chasing this bout. Some shots to the kidney. Probably have to be broken up. Landing with a good right, Saparbey. Narendra yet again happy to occupy the outside part of the ring. He's still doing so well. Staying out of harm's way, not allowing Danial Saparbey to land that kind of punch which he needs at this stage to overturn the scores or maybe even to cause an upset. Great focus from the super heavyweight from India. Into the home stretch now. He's done enough both offensively as well as in defense. It's all about game management from here. Just stay away from that knockout punch prospectively. And Narendra is doing a fine job of it. Staying out of the punching arc of Saparbey. And every now and then when he's got openings, he's also landed a few good blows of his own. As he continues to do. Into the home stretch, into the last few seconds. Any moment now, the bell will confirm the end of this contest. It's a good one, but it's also a very professional performance, a canny performance from Narendra, the Asian Games bronze medalist, and also the one who won bronze in Astana, Kazakhstan earlier this year. The taller of the two boxers took a little bit of a pounding in this round, but also dealt out a few blows of his own. But his defense was rock solid through most of these 3 rounds, which is why the verdict should soon come in favor of the boxer in red from India. Yet another finals for India almost confirmed here.
Result of the bout number 51. The winner on point by split decision. In the red corner, representing India.
It's a split decision, it's not unanimous, but it is Narendra who comes out on top. Sets up a final clash against Khalimjon Mamasoliev of Uzbekistan. And it's been solid work from him. Right from the first round, he was very clever in the way that he used his reach, not as a tool of offense, but often as a tool of attack. And just staying out of punching range of Saparbey and also getting some good punches in as well. So Narendra Barwal rounds up the action on day 3 by advancing through to the men's 90 plus kg category finals. So it's just a confirmation of the fact that we have had all the matches of this evening session on day 3 concluded at the World Boxing Cup finals as well in Greater Noida. And this has been a pleasure bringing to you from the Shaheed Vijay Singh Pathak Sports Complex. We'll have some more semi-finals action on day 4. Make sure that you join for those as well. It's goodbye and good night for now from Greater Noida.